You're watching Force 13's live streaming service.
Hello and welcome to Force 13 Live. We're going to be covering today Cyclone Batsirai as it's making its move towards Madagascar at this time. We'll be making a catastrophic landfall imminently here, a stage 7 currently on the Cyclone Destruction Potential Scale. My name is Thomas Schwent. I'm going to be with you for much of today as we do look at this storm making landfall in Madagascar, currently around 5 p.m. Eastern African time. We're going to be with you all the way until and just after landfall. With me on my team today, we have just one person, Nathan Foy, on the stream with us. Nathan, how are you doing as this storm is about to be bearing down on Madagascar?
Well, I had to get here because, no one else is here just now. I'm just looking at the storm. It's a really fascinating looking storm, and it is huge.
It's ginormous. The rainfall throughout with this is really big on our Cyclone Destruction Potential Scale. It's one of the driving factors. So this is going to be a serious storm for a lot of people, and unfortunately after Cyclone Ana, flooding is the last thing that this region needs. So we'll see just how bad it gets, but right now it's certainly not looking good. For Manjari right now, it looks like they're going to be getting the brunt of that southern eye wall where the most storm surge is going to be. And it looks like they were talking about some places getting over 15 feet of storm surge in some points, according to Meteo France. So this could be a devastating storm for some as it does move in.
That does not surprise me. Obviously, I've not been checking in with this storm as much recently due to me being away for a scheduled week. I've literally just got back here, Thomas, in the last 2 hours, just been kicking back a little bit. But obviously this is a major impending situation right now. If I was just to grab a picture of the eye and its distance from land, it's only about, must only be about 80 kilometers right now until it reaches land. Yep, just a little bit less than that. Currently, closest distances to any location is probably Ambony, which is around 49 miles. That would be 78 kilometers. Although that is as of an hour ago, so things might be a bit different now.
Yeah, things could definitely be a bit different. The storm's probably substantially closer to shore. Meteo France has it moving at 20 kilometers an hour, so if it's about an hour old and it was about 80 kilometers offshore, then we're anticipating landfall here in about 3 hours' time. So that would be around 8 to 9 p.m. Eastern African time. So we've still got a little while before this makes landfall, and even after that, the devastating impacts are going to move well inland. I do have here at the moment Meteo France's cone open. So we can take a look at this, and you can see those different forecast points there. This is a very intense tropical cyclone at the moment, expected to remain an intense tropical cyclone after it moves inland a little bit. And again, that's expected to happen within the next 12 hours or so. As I get the bulletin open here, we can see rather clearly what they're thinking. So this storm, it looks like they're expecting it in 12 hours' time to be all the way down to 45 knot, 10-minute winds. So we're expecting this to weaken very quickly. For those of you that are watching from other parts of the world, that's going to be 50 knots or 60 miles per hour. In our part of the world, 1-minute winds. It's supposed to weaken down even further here as it moves inland through Madagascar, still maintaining tropical storm status, winds of 40 miles per hour 10-minute, 45 miles per hour 1 minute, and then it's expected to move back out to sea, become post-tropical in around 3 days' time, but it is expected to re-strengthen some before it does so. Obviously, right now, though, the main threats that we're looking at are for inland Madagascar. That's where this is really going to strike, but the threat for Mozambique and South Africa has pretty much gone away. This is not going to be impacting Mozambique nor South Africa. The Meteo France cone shows that. The JTWC cone only showing the very edge of Mexique there, getting tropical storm force winds possibly if this took the westernmost track that it could. So very little impacts expected for South Africa and Mozambique at this point. This is expected to move well out to sea. That's certainly good news.
So, Thomas, what's the storm's current intensity right now?
Storm currently is at 115 miles per hour, pressure of 945 millibars according to Meteo France, and it is expected again to weaken substantially as it does move inland. But again, 115 miles per hour, that lands at a Category 3 on the Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale, and this is a Stage 7 on the Cyclone Destruction Potential Scale. That's primarily driven by its wind threat and rain threats, but the wind and rain, that size though, still huge. So wind, rain, storm surge, they're not far off from one another. So serious situation to say the very least on all fronts, especially on the southern side of the storm. We're also just now joined by Ethan Bruning. Ethan, I know you've been tracking this storm extensively. Thank you so much for coming on. What are your current thoughts on Batsirai as it's coming in? I know you probably have some thoughts on its intensity compared to what Meteo France is saying as well.
Well, let me just pull up Simmons. I've actually just woken up here, so bit of a lazy start here, but let's see what we got. I mean, ADT is at 100, just over 120 miles per hour. AMSU is pretty much at the similar thing, and SATCON is at 125 miles per hour. So maybe it's actually a little bit stronger than what we're advertising right now. But certainly, regardless of its wind speed, regardless if it's a 5-10 mile per hour difference than what the officials are saying, this is still an extremely dangerous situation. This storm is a major cyclone on the Saffir-Simpson scale, and a intense tropical cyclone right now by Meteo France, which means that you should take this storm extremely seriously and be preparing adequately.
Absolutely. Preparations need to be rushed to completion. As we take a look at alerts here, Meteo Madagascar has released some alerts as this storm is about to move ashore. Red alerts, that means that you are in imminent danger. That's in place for ATSINANANA, VATOVAVY, FITOVINANY, ATSIMO, Astana, MANGORO, ANALAMANGA, the districts of Valentenia, Ambantodazaka, and I apologize if I butcher any of these, Ernamavo, Ambolampi, Antofosti, Antarabi, districts 1 through 2, Fandania, Ambositra, Andanana, Ambalahosa, Mlangana, and so on and so forth. You can see those on the bottom of your screen as well. We'll put up the text real quick as well, just so you can see clearly who's in what alerts. I feel like I've butchered enough of those to prove that I am not going to be able to pronounce those sufficiently. But you can see those down there. Again, red alert, that means that you are in imminent danger. That means that the tropical cyclone is bearing down on your location at this time. Yellow alert means that you have 12 hours to 2 days to prepare for the storm, and a green alert means that you are likely to receive it within 2 to 5 days. If not, you're likely to receive some more minor impacts when the storm does move on in. This is as of February 5th at 10 a.m., so this is a little old here now, but this is indeed what's currently being thought about. This is about 7 hours old at this time. As we go back to the satellite, we can just see this storm moving closer and closer to shore. Let's take a look at that rainfall threat that's currently taking place. We can actually take the storm through time here as well in just a moment. But when it comes to the rain threat, this is according to the European model. Personally, I believe that this model is very good at projecting rainfall. And you can see there over 200 millimeters for Mananjari there. 208 millimeters to be exact from this model run. Again, this isn't going to be exact. You want to take plus or minus, I'd say 25 to 50 millimeters here. So rather substantial margins of error. As we head into the more mountainous regions, we can see there well over 400 millimeters of rain expected. Meteo France citing up to 500 millimeters of rain in local areas there. And as this thing moves all the way through, most areas that get impacted by this, you can expect over 100 millimeters of rain. Most mountainous regions up to 500, and right along shore, over 200 millimeters of rain. So the rainfall threat with this is very real and it's very serious. And again, that storm surge there, it's over 1.5 meters. Currently, that's the official estimate from Meteo France, I believe. And that would be at about 5 to 8 feet.
Regarding the rainfall there, satellite indications depicting that is going to happen. The southern side is delivering the most rainfall at the moment. Locations inland are already receiving significant rainfall amounts. Just south of Manakara right now, we're getting a little bit of, 20 millimeters per hour rainfall. Inland near Ambody Savoca, amounts up to 25 millimeters per hour, and west of Andram-Botsivilahina is around 20 to 25 millimeters per hour. But south of the eye right now, in the southern eye wall, that's where the highest rainfall amounts are coming in. This is satellite derived, so it's just an estimate, but currently indicating around 45 millimeters per hour on the southern side of the eye.
Goodness gracious. And that also coupled with the fact that's where the highest storm surge is going to be and some of the strongest winds, it's not a good scenario there. That southern side, that's going to be where those strongest winds are because it's moving with the storm. It's going to be where the biggest storm surge is because, again, that's moving with the storm. So the winds are stronger and you have those higher waves. And that's where the heaviest rainfall is. You can even see that strong convection there on infrared satellite. Again, Nathan, as you were saying, I assume you're using the Real Earth Hydro Estimator rainfall stuff. You're getting about 45 millimeters of rain there per hour?
Yep, that's on the southern, where you're hovering there, the southern side of the eye. I just want to also point out, with regards to this storm's precedence, this particular area hasn't seen a storm of this strength make landfall. The next one north that made a major landfall was sort of on the same latitude as the capital, Antananarivo. And further south, there's only one storm that made landfall further south at major intensity, and that was Gretel in 1997, which made landfall as a Category 4 near Farafangana. And this is the 12th major cyclone to make landfall on Madagascar on the eastern coast.
Absolutely. And something else that we do want to note, our own Devin Williams, the chief cyclone analyst, he's been running Cyclone Destruction Potential Scale fixes for this for nearly its entire life up until this morning. He said last night that it looks like the best analog, this is for a lot of our viewers outside of here, for this storm in terms of damage, Hurricane Matthew back in 2016 when it struck Haiti. So again, that devastating flooding and storm surge being the primary driving factors for this storm as it does move inland. Definitely a serious situation there. Hopefully everyone has rushed those preparations to completion as this storm does continue to drive ever closer to land. Now looking like we're about 3 hours, maybe 2 hours and 45 minutes away from when landfall could be expected. So very dangerous situation continues to unfold across the nation of Madagascar, especially through central Madagascar. And again, that landfall expectation, currently we're expecting it to be within the next few hours. We'll see. It might slow down just before landfall, and hopefully we'll start to see some signs of weakening here. The eye, not far from shore now, from the edge of the eye wall there, the edge of the eye wall to the eye itself right now to shore. We can measure that out. This storm currently looking to be only about 17 miles offshore before the eye starts to move onshore. The eye itself, about 36 miles. That's about 60 kilometers. 60 kilometers offshore right now. The eye is 31 kilometers offshore to the edge of the eye. Again, 60 kilometers offshore to the center of the eye. And if we take a look at the length of the eye itself, that's a nearly 60 kilometer wide eye. Massive eye with this storm. I
think it may even be bigger, Thomas.
Might even be bigger. How big are you getting?
About 75 kilometers.
My goodness. Is that north to south or east to west?
East to west, that.
East to west. All right. So you're getting it a little larger than I am, but still, my goodness. Ginormous eye, either way you slice it. We're also getting a question here. Did this storm go through an eye wall replacement cycle? I think the answer here is rather clear. This storm has definitely gone through an eye wall replacement cycle. It's gone through a couple of them, I believe.
Actually.
It did at the beginning. A while
it might
ago.
have gone through one, but this weakening, since it is its ultimate peak near Réunion, Mauritius, islands like that, It's actually dry air that it's gotten contained into the center, and that has caused significant weakening of the storm. And it's still in there right now, so it might even be weakening right now, or it might even be intensifying. We don't really know at this time, but my best guess right now is this storm is probably just maintaining intensity. Of course, and other people might think differently than me, but that's just what I'm thinking right now.
Absolutely. The storm definitely did go through an Iowa replacement cycle before it passed La Réunion and Mauritius. That's what caused the eye to become so large.
Yeah.
And since then, it's had a relatively steady state structure. Hasn't really been changing too much. And again, as Ethan was stating, that dry air intrusion being the major thing that has been causing this storm problems. Wind shear hasn't been a huge issue. Those sea surface temperatures have been all right. Upwelling, though, might have been an issue for the storm as well, especially with how expansive that southern side has been with outflow.
Well, Schwinn, you say that the storm structure hasn't changed all that much today. I have to disagree with you. Cloud tops have actually decreased pretty substantially throughout the day today. And the eye, just overall, like the whole structure of the storm is just looking a bit more disorganized than what it did, say, at this time 24 hours ago.
It's definitely not looking quite as good as it did at this time yesterday, but the structure itself, that eye wall holding steady. We did have a little bit of a gap in it. Looks like it's trying to fill that in right now, but we've been looking at a low to mid-range Category 3 up to Category 4, even fluctuating between low-end Category 3 and low-end Category 4 for a little while now. So the storm currently looking like it is going to probably make landfall as a Category 3. When it does so, could be a Category 2. We'll just have to see. Unlikely to be a Category 4. Certainly not going to be a Category 5 at this point. I know those questions could be rolling in at any moment. So just want to let you know right now, definitely not going to be a Category 5 storm landfall. Probably not even a Category 4. Regardless, though, Stage 7 on the CDPS scale, devastating winds, storm surge, and rainfall expected with the storm as it does move into land. That's the major news right now. Again, this storm making landfall in less than 3 hours' time. Hopefully the storm books it. We have relatively fast movement, and the storm doesn't drop too much rain, but there are some indicators that as this does move over land, at least at first, it could slow down before it speeds through the other side of the landmass. So, serious situation continues to unfold there. And again, we have numerous cyclone alerts in place. Do want to make it clear to our Mozambique and South Africa viewers, again, this storm very unlikely to cause any substantial impacts to you, but to those of you in Madagascar who can still hear us, those preparations need to be completed if they haven't already. The way to remain safe right now, if you're on shore, the storm surge and the flooding, those are the primary threats, so you want to get to higher ground if you can. Yes, the wind is going to be very strong, but the storm surge is more deadly, so you want to get to higher ground, away from windows in an interior room if you can. That protects you from the flooding, and that does your best to protect you from the winds. Bring pillows, blankets, things like that with you. Try and protect yourself from that flying debris, any soft objects that you have, if you can get to higher ground. If you can't get to higher ground, do your best to find a higher surface, a higher elevation, and hopefully that will be sufficient. Moving inland would have been the preferable thing. For those of you inland, the winds won't be as big of a threat. Moving to higher ground is going to be the big thing for you, as flooding from heavy rains is going to be the major threat there. So inland, again, flooding from heavy rains, getting to higher ground, it's going to be the major thing when the storm arrives. For those of you along the coast, you want to make sure you're finding that interior room. Try and protect yourself from the flooding and storm surge. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to let us know. You can tag us at Force13, all in text, in the YouTube chat. It'll light up in a nice bright orange for us. We'll be more than glad to answer your questions here, get as much information to you as possible. If you know anyone in Madagascar who's in the imminent danger of this storm, please share the stream with them so they can get the latest information as well. Ask their questions here as well. With that being said, to the team, do we have any new information with this at this time?
Well, I mean, GTWC have updated, but I mean, it's not really any new news. It's pretty similar to what their cone was before. I've got it up on my screen, Thomas, and still a pretty interesting cone. I mean, nothing really different from the last advisory, though, to say.
One major thing for those of us in South Africa and Mozambique, though, those tropical storm force winds, that area where tropical storm force wind danger is, no longer over either of those areas. It was there in the previous cone. So that's the only good news that I can really take out of this. The bad news, Joint Typhoon Warning Center still has this as a minimal Category 3 storm, and it's expected probably to strike land at near that intensity. So, dangerous situation to say the very least. Again, devastating storm surge flooding and those major wind speeds all going to be problems as the storm does move ashore. That cone, though, showing the storm moving through within the next 2 days, and hopefully after that we can say goodbye to the storm having any major impacts on land after this. So that's the hope and dream.
The unfortunate thing about this forecast cone is this is probably going to be the last one that we're going to get from them before landfall, because GWC are actually running 12-hourly cones, because that's how they work in the Southwest Indian Ocean. It's unfortunate that we aren't another one pre-landfall or even just after it, but that's just how the JTWC operates. So, it's just what we got to deal with the JTWC, I guess.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm just looking at the satellite imagery of this storm for the first time, as obviously I've just returned back to civilization. It's definitely better looking than it was at 6Z when they gave it 100 knots. Is the eye deeper? I'm not sure about that, but the convection is much better, and so is the structure. The eye is quite a bit larger. I think it's easily a Category 3. I saw people saying that maybe a little bit of arguing about whether it was Category 3 still or not, but it absolutely has to be, looking at satellite imagery.
Yeah, this is a major cyclone for sure, and again, all the agencies we look at down here, both Meteo France and Joint Typhoon Warning Center, agreeing this is a Category 3, and all indications that we have here that we look at for when we analyze cyclones shows that this could be a bit stronger. First of all, that improvement in satellite imagery, but secondly, we're getting that consensus from the advanced Dvorak technique and SATCON of a higher intensity estimate at this time. So it's very possible that this is considerably stronger than is currently projected. Regardless, the impacts aren't going to change too much because the storm surge and the rainfall, those are major driving factors with this. Still going to remain a stage 7 on the CDPS either way you slice it.
Sims ADT 107 knots, NOAA ADT even higher actually, 110 knots. Wow. Which is interesting, although they only ever dropped to 107. So, yeah, I'm more inclined to sort of go with their way of thinking. Definitely a Category 3, though. It's not stronger and it's not weaker.
That is for sure. All estimates well in agreement with this storm being a Category 3. And again, officially 115 miles per hour, 945 millibars. But yeah, we have considerable evidence to say that this could be stronger. So those of you in Madagascar who this storm is in the path of, be prepared for a storm that could be a bit stronger than it's currently estimated to be. Someone asking, how big is Tropical Cyclone Batsirai at this time? Let's take a look. We can do it from outflow to outflow, or we can just do it for where we think the general CDO starts and ends. But I'll do a north to south estimate here of what we're looking at. And the size of the storm looks to be, just eyeballing it there, about 800 kilometers wide. Nathan, I know you've got the ability to calculate this as well. I don't know if you have anything considerably different, but
oh gosh,
that's what I'm seeing.
Put me on the spot there.
My apologies. Here we go.
The main part of it is actually, it's quite curious, really. It's got decent symmetry, I suppose you could say. But the main bulk of it is probably about 650 kilometers. But if you include all of the outer peripheries, stuff that people won't even notice, really, the high-level cirrus on the outside and all of that, you could make a claim that it's something like 1,600 kilometers.
Yeah, it's the size is very, very it's ginormous in terms of its total influence, but the places where considerable impacts are going to be, as you said, a fair bit smaller. So
You look on your map there, the northern part of Madagascar won't be seeing much. Big bits of convection, though, just as, not even in the storm's main influence on the western and northern sides of it. Even that could be a flooding concern, especially with how this season's turning out so far with the previous Cyclone Anna, which caused flooding in these areas, I believe.
Yeah, it did, and that was rather unfortunate. It was not a good situation, and again, that's the major concern with this storm, especially as it moves inland. It's going to be that flooding threat, unfortunately, and again, because we have those mountainous regions, it doesn't take too much forcing to get storms to convect, especially in this kind of warm, moist environment, and these tropical cyclones, they have the forcing that you're going to need in order to get those convecting storms. So unfortunately, looks as if we are going to be seeing, in fact, convecting storms far away from the storm due to its influence, and that's going to lead to even more rainfall than what's currently anticipated. Let's take a look now at latest distances from shore. The edge of the eye at this time looks to be just about 18 kilometers offshore now. The center of the eye now about 50 kilometers offshore. So the storm is rapidly moving closer, ever closer to shore, and we can see it rather clearly there as we zoom way in. Looks like the landfall place might be Marosanghi at this time. Might be the place where the storm first hits after it moves inland, right along the shore there. So pretty major stuff, to say the very least. Looks like that eye wall is probably moving onshore as well. Unfortunately, we don't have Doppler radar, so we can't really see just how close the eye wall truly is to shore, but we do have this satellite imagery, and that gives us a fair idea, although it is a bit outdated. This satellite imagery doesn't update overly often. This satellite imagery, to be exact, about half an hour old, so the eye might actually be making its way onshore as we speak. Someone asking, have cyclones reached Category 5 here before in this area?
I'm not sure, but,
No.
but if you want to say one that's gotten like close to Madagascar, Cyclone Harry's done that. Not saying that this is going to be like that, but say
Much further north, Cyclone Gafilo also in a similar area.
Yeah, but I don't believe we've had any direct hits to Madagascar with Cat 5s, at least in recent memory. I'm not much of a historian, although Nathan, I know you'll know that.
Yeah, no, not at all. Just that Gafilo was Category 5 on its final run-up. And Harry was very close. I mean, it was hugging the coast when it was a Category 5.
Yeah, definitely. That was a serious storm, to say the very least. I know that one was scary for people in Madagascar. Another major storm that comes to mind, at least for me, way north, but Fantala, I know, was near-ish to Madagascar. But that's my non-historian, late, probably pretty recent storm that's been that intense.
Well, I should also mention that these records will only go back maybe 50 years. And older storms may still have been stronger, and that's one thing that I'm hoping to get onto with my ongoing reanalysis projects.
Yeah, and that should be... That'll be really exciting when that does come around. I know that we've been looking forward to it for sure. And those reanalysis projects can be found at cyclonehistory.com. That's a fantastic place for that.
Some of it. It's not all published yet.
Well, I'm sure when it does, you'll be sure to let us all know. But this storm at the moment, you can see it there. Manjari getting now the brunt of that southern eye wall. I think the worst of the surge, probably going to be moving in there pretty soon, unfortunately. So the storm, if it isn't already delivering its worst to Manjari, it's going to be here shortly. And again, very strong winds, at least 115 miles per hour in place with it. We're also looking at storm surge at least 9 feet or so, and we're also looking at devastating rainfall. So definitely something devastating to say the very least.
Have we received any storm surge reports, any wind reports, any ground observations yet at all?
I haven't seen anything, but we'll be keeping a close eye on things with time. But no, I haven't seen anything just yet with the storm, so nothing at this time from anyone inland, but we will let you know if that does end up changing. Alright, with that being said, again, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask us. And speaking of those, we did just have a question come in. What is the wind field with this storm? It's very large, to say the very least. Here is the Meteo France cone, and you can see it rather clearly there. The most immediate units for this we have is in kilometers, but you can convert this. But from Meteo France, 260 kilometers to the northeast, 335 kilometers to the southeast, 280 kilometers to the southwest, and 175 kilometers to the northwest. That's what we have at this time. Very large hurricane force wind field, 100 kilometers to the northeast, 120 kilometers to the southeast, about 110 kilometers to the southwest, and 100 kilometers to the northwest. If you divide that by 2-ish, that gets you pretty close. The nautical miles will be slightly higher, but if you divide those by 2, that gets you pretty close to what that's going to be in nautical miles. So we will see what does end up happening there. But again, very large wind field here, about to bear down on Madagascar. Those hurricane force winds look like they might already be on shore, so definitely bad news there. The hurricane force wind's almost certainly on shore. We can see that eye wall. I'm pretty sure that eye wall's on shore at this point, Nathan. I don't know about you.
Western side looks a little flaky. It's hard to tell without radar whether the eye wall's on shore or not. Well, we've just got the satellite to look at, but it does appear that on the western side there is a gap, dry slot maybe, and so they might be in for a little bit of a break there, relative to the rest of the eye wall, as it were. I would say north of there is looking worse right now, north of the landfall zone.
Yeah, that's where the worst of the convection certainly is, and that's where the winds could be ramping up some. But with that being said, you'd have to think that that southern side there is going to be where the worst of it's going to end up being, just because that storm surge is going to be much worse down there, because the winds are heading towards the coast there. So looks like the strongest side is the northern, but I wouldn't be shocked to see the worst of the impacts on the southern side just because of that devastating storm surge there.
Yep. Looks like the center of the eye is now about 65 kilometers offshore as of the start of this hour, and at the edge of the eye, it depends because of that what looks like a dry slot. There isn't really a defined western edge of the eye, but if there was one, it would probably be only about 30 kilometers offshore now.
Also, we did have an observation from Mananjari. This was about an hour and a half ago of 80 knot, 10-minute sustained winds. So that observation, that would be about 105 miles an hour, 1 minute.
Yep.
That's potent.
Yes.
And that was a while ago. So this storm's probably delivering significantly stronger winds there now. I'll be curious to see just how strong those winds do end up getting, but that could be an indicator that perhaps this storm's a bit stronger than we think it is. We'll just have to see. I know that there were some surface observation calculations ran internally that showed the storm could be all the way down to 930 millibars at the moment. So all indications show this is certainly a Category 3 storm. That 115 miles an hour, 945 is certainly an estimate that is on the lower bound of things at this point, unfortunately. So We'll see after the storm does occur just how strong things did end up getting, but this is not a good situation.
It is a beast, has been going for quite some time. It's, got a lot of history, had a lot of strength, decent size, gaining in latitude from the equator, coming up to 21 degrees south. So if anything, it's probably going to be a low pressure in relative to the wind speed that you would expect.
Definitely good to know there. We do have some new news that just came in from Devin Williams, one of our chief cyclone analysts. He said the best CDPS analog is now Hurricane Hugo when it struck Puerto Rico. So this is a weaker landfall than Matthew was for Puerto Rico there relative to Haiti's landfall from Matthew. So definitely, I guess that's some good news. Still, that was a devastating landfall, but that's better than Matthew being the best analog for sure. Still, regardless, the storm is extremely serious. All preparation should have been completed ages ago, especially if you're in those red alerts for the cyclone. So hopefully we'll be seeing the storm moving relatively quickly, not dropping too much rain, but right now it looks like the storm is dropping substantial rainfall over Madagascar. If we take a look now at just how far the eye is offshore from the coast, we now are looking at about 17 kilometers offshore. So this thing is approaching, and it's approaching rapidly.
Yeah, there's part of you that wants to say just hurry up and make landfall already and get the thing over and done with. At this point, it is a situation that can't be reversed, or in any case, it's going to be, it's locked in, this landfall. So it's really just a matter of watching it play out.
Yeah, at this point, unfortunately, that is the case. And again, it looks like Murosangi and Manjari are going to be the two cities that get the hardest hit here. We do have a new Meteo Madagascar cone here that's just come in, a new advisory there with a intense tropical cyclone here. That's what they have it at right now. They have it as a tropical cyclone when it does strike land here in not too long. But you can see those red alerts. It's been cut a bit south. Those green alerts to the north were canceled. The entirety of the southern half of Madagascar in some form of cyclone alerts, either yellow or red. So, very serious situation there. We'll be getting the website open here just so that way we can get a good idea of where exactly those alerts are specifically. So, there we go. Brand new bulletin did just come in there. So that bottom bar there, the red alerts remain about the same. The yellow alerts remain about the same. It's just those green alerts are no longer there. So definitely some good news. But let's take a look at this. You can now see on your screen this latest bulletin. Again, there you go. Red alerts, yellow alerts, and green alerts. You can see all the locations currently within those. I'll leave this up for a little bit so you can see if your location is up there. I'm not going to even attempt to pronounce them, as that's definitely going to be problematic, I think, for a lot of us.
I think we might have to, Thomas, because it's quite difficult to see the text. But I'll take a crack at it. Danger imminent, red alert for these regions: VATOVAVY, FITOVINANY, ATSIMO. Oh dear, you've scrolled there. There we go. I'm just looking at the stream.
Oh, it's about to zoom in again.
God damn it. ATSIMO, ATSINANANA, ATSINANANA, MANGORO, ANALAMANGA, ITASY, VAKINANKARATRA, AMORON'I, MANIA, MATSIATRA, AMBONY, IHOROMBE, and the district of Ambatondrazaka. We are not local, so we've no idea how those are supposed to be pronounced, but I've just made Thomas's life a little bit easier by taking that away from him.
I do appreciate it. Yeah, no, you've definitely gotten through those better than I could have, but serious situation continues to unfold here.
The yellow alerts there, because they're going to be important later on as well when this storm moves inland. BONGOLAVA, MENABE, ATSIMO, ANDREFANA, ANOSY, ANDROY, and District of Antsalova.
You can see there the alerts that have been lifted there. It's the district of Saint Marie. Looks like Sonirana, Unvongo, Feno Arvio, or Arvo, ATSINANANA, Vavatenia, looks like Tulfois, and then, so this is the populations that are no longer within cyclone alerts. So I believe that's what that means. We can translate it to English real quick. It says, however, people are urged to remain vigilant. That's what that is. So definitely.
And I just want to point out, Thomas, from earlier, it was about 5 million people that are in the direct path of this storm. I mean, more than that, really, but 5 million that could receive significant impacts from this storm.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, millions and millions of people getting impacted by this. And unfortunately, again, this is the same places that got devastated by Cyclone Ana not too long ago.
And I still don't really know the extent of what Ana did in this area.
Yeah, no, Ana caused some absolutely devastating flooding. The real thing it caused was famine. Famine is so bad, we've gotten reports out of Madagascar that people are mixing grass and clay together and trying to eat that. Like, that's how bad things are getting down there. And unfortunately, again, these same places getting hit again with a storm that's going to drop devastating rainfall. Definitely going to be causing a devastating impact zone. I'm not looking forward to seeing the images that come out of there. But for those of you that are in Mananjari and Marosangi and those general areas, Nosy Varaka, any areas that are currently getting rainfall, that are currently getting some stronger winds, you need to be making sure that you're accounting for those threats getting into an interior room on a higher level of the building. Higher level accounts for flooding. The interior room should account for the winds. But again, dangerous situation currently taking place there. But yeah, Cyclone Ana has exacerbated the already bad famine problems that were in Madagascar, and it's also caused devastating flooding, loss of life, loss of homes. Unfortunately, these places getting hit yet again. So this is kind of like a 1-2 punch for these areas. Not something we want to see, that's for sure. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please ask us, and we'll be more than glad to answer them. That's what we're here for. You can tag us at Force13. It'll light up in a nice bright orange for us. That's all in text, and we'll be more than glad to answer them.
I actually have a question, Thomas.
Yes, Nathan.
Regarding your satellite imagery there, is this... how is that derived?
So this is derived from EMUSAT, or UMISTAT. Basically what it is it's a global composite of satellite imagery, but right now it's drawing from Meteosat because we're zoomed in enough. So this is Meteosat imagery right now that we're currently looking at.
So they're a lot more current than anything I can see, which is interesting. I'm just, the southern side there, it was much darker in previous frames compared to now. I just want to, is that actually happened, or is there some kind of simulation going on here and we don't know for sure?
No, that's definitely going to be something that's actually ended up happening. These are real frames happening in real time. So that is what's currently happening.
Northern side wrapping in then pretty nicely in those last few frames.
Yeah, you can see it tightening up there. It's significantly tighter than it was not too long ago. On the southern side, looks to be losing its grip a little bit.
Yep.
So hopefully...
East and south losing its grip, because the images I'm looking at from earlier were showing higher rain rates creeping up into around 50 millimeters per hour. That will be gone in those later frames that you've been showing, though. But even on this earlier frame that I'm looking at, the eastern side starting to lose its grip as well. So it's going to be one of these. It's a storm that's not going to be intensifying or weakening until it hits land. Going going to be 115, 120 miles per hour, I should imagine.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be one of those more intense storms regardless. Still, big time, Category 3, big time storm surge, big time rainfall here. And again, you're mentioning those really high rainfall rates. I don't anticipate that we're going to be seeing those rainfall rates going away anytime soon. So, unfortunately, looking like for Madagascar, we're going to be seeing what could be a pretty devastating hit. So, we'll see what ends up happening there, but definitely not good news. We do have some questions that have come in. What is the cloud cover in western parts of Madagascar? What is the reason for that? I assume that you're talking about those blow-ups there on the infrared that are going on the western side. That's thunderstorms that are firing off. That's some heavy rain and thunder and lightning. It's firing off due to the moist environment that this tropical cyclone is providing, kind of how it's forcing some of that drier air out of the way, and as a result of that, it's causing lift, which is causing thunderstorms. So that's the reason for that. More mountainous terrain coupled with the forcing from the tropical cyclone. I think that's what's going on there right now. Another question, what's the current and latest eye temperature? We can get pretty zoomed in here and see if we can find out what that is. It's looking like there, I saw a positive 12 there for a second. Nathan, I know you've got those tools there as well. What are you getting right now?
I don't think I do, actually. I would have to do some kind of... It's looking decent, I can tell you that much. I really wouldn't be surprised if it's more than 12.
That's totally fair there. Let's take a look now at the width of the eye. This is going to be more of a diagonal, so this is at its widest. The eye now looking to be about 63 kilometers wide. If we move it in a little bit, I think this was the way that it was being measured before there, because our color tables are a little bit different. You're getting about 73 to 75 kilometers that way. Let's see just how close this is to shore. It's getting ever closer. The closest point of the edge of the eye to shore now 10 kilometers away. So the edge of the eye getting ever closer to shore. The center of the eye now only 43 kilometers away. So the distance to shore rapidly sinking here with time. Mananjari, Marosangi probably getting some of the worst conditions from the storm right now. I wouldn't be shocked if we're getting close to major cyclone force winds there right now, especially given that 80 knot 10-minute observation that we got over an hour and a half ago now from Mananjari. So wouldn't be shocked at all to see this storm being even stronger for those areas right now. And unfortunately, even though that southern side, it looks like even the western side losing its grip, it looks like every side of this has really started to lose its grip a little bit, except for the northern side. So we'll see if that northern side manages to really begin to wrap around at the last minute and cause this storm to look substantially better, or if that waning of the convection on the eastern, western, and southern sides is going to be enough to hold the line, hold it off from doing much strengthening before landfall.
Yeah, just trying to access any new information. Not much really to discuss at this point.
No, we're just waiting for the storm to make landfall. We do have another question here. Does lightning occur in tropical cyclones? I can assure you that is a resounding yes. Lightning definitely does occur in tropical cyclones. We don't have any lightning data at the moment, unfortunately, for this part of the world, but I'm sure that there's some lightning currently taking place within the storm. So yes, that is a resounding yes. Lightning does take place within these storms. That is for sure. Taking a look at the visible imagery here now of the storm, you can see that eye very well defined as we do start to move closer and closer to shore here as the sun is beginning to set there in that part of the world. A beautiful but terrifying looking storm, to say the very least, but that's a very cleared out eye. So Definitely something of concern, to say the least, that we're seeing an eye so clear despite the degrading of the convection. And that's been the big thing with this storm for a while. That eye has just been rock solid in how clear it's been for such a long time. Someone asking, is there a chance of a tornado? There's always a chance of spin-up tornadoes in tropical cyclones when they do move ashore, but those spin-up tornadoes aren't going to be any more damaging than the winds that you're already going to receive, unless you're on the outer bands. Unfortunately, we're not really capable of tracking that. But luckily for Madagascar, that more mountainous terrain, that's going to cause problems for tornado formation on the outer periphery of this. So it isn't going to be as prolific as some of the tropical cyclones you see in places like the United States, but you still could see a couple spin-up tornadoes. Those always happen in storms like this. Someone asking, after crossing Madagascar, will this thing take a curve or will it hit Africa? We can say with high confidence this storm is going to curve out to sea. Really no threat now to Mozambique or South Africa, both according to Meteo France and the Joint Typhoon Warning Center's latest cone there. No areas now within the tropical storm force wind danger area on the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, nor the tropical storm force wind field on Meteo France or the cone. So at this point, pretty confident it's going to curve out to sea. Doesn't look like it's going to be impacting any other land masses with anything more than maybe a few rain showers.
That wind field, though, is still something. The whole southern part of Madagascar, south of the landfall zone, will receive tropical storm force winds.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Just absolutely massive wind field. And that's what you get when you have these storms that undergo an eye-wall replacement cycle like the one this did earlier. So, unfortunately, this storm, it did basically the worst thing it could have done, underwent the eye-wall replacement cycle, and then it held that intensity. It's an intense tropical cyclone. Looks like that's what it's going to move ashore as.
Yeah, there's no question about it at this point. The intensity is not going to change before landfall. How long is it now, do you reckon?
Meteo France has this moving at about 20 kilometers per hour. If we go with that, and the imagery here is a bit old, we can actually see just when it stops moving. That's about 20 minutes old. So we presume that this has moved about maybe 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers since this point, so it's about 6 kilometers closer than we think. The storm currently, with its current movement, looking to be about 45 kilometers offshore, so you tack that off, you're at about 40 kilometers offshore, and you're looking at about 2 hours. We're getting a landfall here in Madagascar.
I've just done my own calculations, and I'm getting closer to 3.
Closer to 3 hours. Certainly could be the case. We'll just have to see what the storm does do. Did you use that 20 kilometer an hour, or have you gotten your own movement speed?
I've gotten about 18 kilometers an hour.
That'll make the difference there. So this might be moving a little bit slower than it was when Meteo France released that bulletin. That's what we're getting at, which means the storm might be slowing down just a little bit.
Don't say things like that. Although I do have to point out that the last storm to make landfall at this intensity or higher was Cyclone Destruction.
My goodness. Should be noted, though, that models have been projecting the storm to slow down last minute before it's made landfall, so this wouldn't be totally unexpected, but that would be what would draw out how long it takes for this to make landfall, just that little bit longer. Regardless, the impacts aren't going to change too much, but it could inflate those rainfall totals a bit more. Certainly not what we want to see. More questions coming in. Someone asking, what made Cyclone Ana so impactful if it wasn't even a Category 1 cyclone, wasn't even named when it moved over Madagascar? And it would have to be that flooding threat. The flooding was just devastating with this storm. So, absolutely problematic to say the least.
We can't watch all areas all the time, but I assume that Madagascar has had a wet summer.
Yeah, Madagascar has had a pretty wet summer with devastating flooding and famine plaguing the nation for quite a while now. We know that for sure. Oh, we did get some new microwave here. This is courtesy of Greg. This gives us a good idea of the storm structure. this gives us a complete opposite picture of what we're looking at on infrared right now. The northern side has the break in it. The southern side is the most robust.
When's this though? That's 1
That's as of
p.m. UTC.
that's as of about 1. That's
But
not too
I
long
reckon
ago.
that. Yeah, but I reckon that's the side that's looking weak now, coming in on the eastern side, though.
Perhaps that definitely could be the case, but this microwave does kind of fly in the face of what even the infrared was saying at this time. So we'll see.
It does.
We'll see. I'm more inclined to believe microwave than infrared most of the time when it comes to which parts of the storm are most robust, but goodness gracious, you can see there rather clearly the very high returns there from microwave, and you can also see those thunderstorms producing very heavy rain in western Madagascar. That pretty much confirms that those are dropping really heavy rain as well. So not good news in any way you slice it, and there you go, that eye wall well on shore. So those strongest winds are moving in at this time, unfortunately, as we continue to watch this storm. More questions. The next question that we have here asking, what's the maximum potential accumulated cyclone energy that Batsirai could produce?
Man.
Could it catapult Southwest Indian Ocean to having average ACE this season? I know that it was over 20 last I checked, and that was a little while ago. I wouldn't be shocked if we're exceeding 25 at this point in terms of ACE with this storm. So this is definitely going to be an ACE producer. I think, Nathan, you'd agree with that. This has been a real ACE maker. It's been a strong cyclone for a while. But we'll see. Its times of producing big-time ACE are coming to a close, to say the very least.
Yes, it is. Crazy. I don't know what the ACE is on this.
Not 100% sure what it is at this time either. But there we go. You can currently see what's going on there. Let's see here. Next question. Long range, are there any Mauritius threats in the long range? Nathan, I know you like to keep an eye on the long range, but I know you just got back, so probably haven't been looking at things too much as of late.
Next 10 days, there could be a TC.
Yep, if you look at the trusty GFS, I know that's the favorite to use around here. We do have a tropical cyclone that could threaten.
Well, it's not everyone's
Mauritius here.
favorite, but it's and you know, it's not even my favorite quite often. It's just the one that most that's like, well, first of all, my software only has GFS for the world, so that's one thing.
Fair enough.
Although there's some other softwares out there that might actually help for this area, but we'll see. But yeah, that's why we tend to prefer GFS, just because of its availability.
Absolutely. That is indeed the case, but we do look at a variety of other data as well. But as of now, yeah, there is the possibility, long range, of something impacting Mauritius. Let's take a look here. We do have a brand new cone that's just come out from our graphics team. You can see that right here. That is on the screen. And we can see there that this converts things so it's a little bit easier for us to see. But you can see there, this is Batsirai, 115 miles per hour, 945 millibars. You can see those alerts traced out there very nicely for us. And again, stage 7 on the CDPS scale. This is expected to weaken very quickly after it moves inland, down to 60 miles per hour in just 12 hours' time. So, definitely a rapidly weakening storm, but here's the unfortunate thing when you have a rapidly weakening storm like that. You're going to get lots of rainfall, and I mean lots and lots of rainfall, because all that energy's got to go somewhere, and that energy's going into friction, stops the updrafts, keeping the storm going, and all that moisture that's up in the sky just falls down onto the earth. So unfortunately, that means we're going to be getting some very heavy rainfall out of this in the short term. With that being said, I would like to welcome someone else to the stream. Lucas Gonzalez, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for joining us. I know this storm has been one that you've been tracking a bit, but as the storm moves ever closer to shore, what are your current thoughts on the storm? What are you thinking at this time?
Well, since it has been weakening, it still has a pretty good eye though, and I mean, I do not agree that this is a low end Category 4 at this time. I mean, it still has a pretty decent eye. I mean, 16, 15 degrees Celsius, but I don't know.
It is a Category 3.
Yeah, officially now it is down to a Category 3, so we do have 115 miles per hour, 945 millibars currently, according to Meteo France. Joint Typhoon Warning Center currently giving this 115 miles per hour, slightly higher pressure at 953 millibars. Either way you slice it, powerful, major cyclone, currently heading towards Madagascar, the worst of the winds, currently ramming into Manajari and Marosangi at this time. All right, let's see if we have any more questions here. The next question that we have here, do we have more cyclones just across the basin that could form?
Yep, that as well.
Yeah, we definitely do have a couple other ones. So, dangerous
But
situation.
I think they'll be down the line a little bit, probably the following week.
Yeah. Someone else asking, have we been aware of Tropical Storm Cliff? We do know of its existence. Ginormous storm, also now a dead storm. This thing went up and down pretty quickly, and you can see now just getting sheared away. The remnants of it has a little bit of convection, but this really isn't much of anything anymore. This isn't what it was just yesterday. So, Batsirai, the main area of concern at this time. And of course, that's about to be making a catastrophic landfall in Madagascar. We do have a new satellite frame. It's just come in here, so we can get some new estimates as to just how far this storm is from land. So we take a look at this. This is about 10 minutes old or so, and we can continue to look at just how close this is. From the closest point from land, now 10 kilometers away. Just 10 kilometers away, goodness gracious, not far at all. The eye, now about 39 kilometers away from land, but if we take a look at its current motion, it's from about 49 kilometers away from where it's ultimately looking like it's going to end up. So, the storm is moving ever closer, below 50 kilometers away from shore. The center of the eye, less than 10 kilometers before the eye does move on shore. We're likely going to be seeing the eye moving on shore relatively soon.
My goodness.
Alright, if you have any more questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please ask us. You can tag us at Force13, all in text. It'll light up in a nice bright orange for us. With that being said, we're going to continue to take a look at the storm as it does move in towards land. People noting in the chat that the northern side continues to strengthen on the infrared satellite. We're noticing that as well. Hopefully, this isn't as real as it looks, because microwave has been indicating different things. So we'll see what does end up happening there, whether the microwave or the infrared end up being right. I'm personally more inclined to believe the microwave's right with this one, in terms of the southern side being the strongest. That's conventional for the southern hemisphere to have that southern side being stronger than the northern side. So despite the fact that it is in the less favorable environment, in terms of sea surface temperatures, probably the stronger side. We're now also joined by Kenneth. Kenneth, I know you've been analyzing this storm extensively with time. So there we go. This storm has been something that Kenneth has been analyzing. I know that it's been something there. Just locked in that stage 7 on the CDPS scale. Let's take a look at more questions when it comes to what we're looking at. And let's see here. Would mountains in Madagascar weaken this tropical cyclone? They're definitely going to help to weaken the storm. So definitely, that it's good news in terms of helping weaken the storm. Bad news because it's going to cause lots of flooding. It's going to cause heavier rains, bigger totals. Not good news there, to say the very least. So, not good news in terms of rain, good news in terms of wind, but I think that the rainfall is the thing that they need less at this point, given the flooding that we've already seen over there. So, devastating situation currently unfolding over there. Again, I'm not looking forward to what those images are going to be looking like, but I'm sure that Manjari, Marosangi at this point, probably not getting internet at this point anymore. And I can't imagine what it must be like being in that storm surge, those strong winds, stuff like that, unable to do much of anything, just due to the sheer strength of the storm and the sheer poverty that unfortunately does impact people in Madagascar. We'll see. Hopefully the storm isn't going to be as bad as we're thinking, but if things continue to take a turn like they've been taking, we're looking at a devastating situation here, to say the very least. The main landfall zone currently about 31 kilometers from the edge of the eye, and from the center of the eye, they're a bit lower, but it looks like they're maybe over 50 kilometers when I take the latest vector. So, again, looks like the directional change that the storm might be taking at the moment, coupled with the fact it might be slowing down a little bit, this storm might be a bit farther from landfall than we're currently thinking. But we're going to be here throughout the entirety of this storm's landfall. We're going to be covering it front to back here as time does continue to go on. Nathan, Lucas, I know both of you still looking at the storm. Do we have any new information coming out of there? I know that surface observations are difficult to come by right now.
I have been looking at the eye temperature, and the highest I found is plus 10 degrees Celsius.
There we go.
So,
Still be surprised if it's that low.
it's not that warm, though.
Yeah. Alright. Regarding service observations, I have one currently. As of 12 UTC report, Menagerie has recorded maximum 10-minute sustained winds of 81 miles per hour, which is 130 kilometers per hour, 10 minutes sustained, and it is probably still rising as Batsirai approaches.
Absolutely. Someone now asking if this storm is 10. If the imagery here is about 10 minutes late, and it's a little later now, it's about 15 minutes late, how far is the storm truly? Using Nathan's 18 kilometer per hour estimate, if we take a look at the center of the eye, and we say, okay, it's currently moving about like this, it'll be moving on shore relatively soon. There you go. Let's make sure that this motion is correct. I want to make sure that I'm getting this motion right. We're currently looking at a storm that's going to be, just let me make sure we're at the latest frame here, currently about 52 kilometers away. So if this thing's moving at about 18, it's about 15 minutes old. You take about a quarter of that, so that's going to be about, I'd say about 4.5 to 5. We'll just subtract 4 to make it easy. You're at about 48 kilometers away from land right now, from the center of the eye. And again, with that 18 kilometers an hour, that means that here in about an hour's time, should be about 30 kilometers away. About 2 hours' time, it should be about 12 kilometers away, and it should be inland within the next 3 hours, assuming it doesn't continue to slow down at this time. With that being said, joining us on the air is our chief cyclone analyst, that being Devin Williams. Devin, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for being on. This storm currently looking like it is absolutely hammering Manjari, Marosangi, Morafeno, those general areas. I know that you've done a CDPS calculation recently. What are your latest thoughts on the storm? What kind of destruction potential are we looking at with this as it moves ashore?
Yeah, absolutely. So, this storm, the first thing that I have to say is that in the last few hours, this storm satellite presentation has really gotten its act together. And it definitely is looking more organized than it did 6 hours ago. So, unfortunately, it does seem like that it may have strengthened a little bit here in between advisories. Of course, that's never a good thing to hear, but that is just mere speculation at this point. But just taking a look at satellite, you look at the way it was 6 hours ago, you look at the way it is now, it definitely looks like it's gotten its act together a little bit more now. In regards to the threat levels, this storm is particularly large. This is a really, really large system. It scores almost 18 points on the CDPS just on size alone, which is a spectacular value. That's within the top 20% if, of course, my database only has Atlantic and East Pacific storms, but when you take a look at all those storms going back to 1988, it's within the top 20% of all landfalls when you're looking at just size alone. So this storm is clearly a massive one. The wind speed, the wind threat isn't as high as we thought it was going to be. We thought it was going to be of intense, very intense tropical cyclone intensity. Looks like it's not going to be doing that, which is always good. Instead, we've still got a major threat for wind, no doubt about it. It should tell you something about the destructive potential of the storm when it's got winds well in excess of 160 kilometers per hour, and we're talking that's not even the main threat with this storm. It is a very significant threat, but it's probably not the worst thing. The worst thing is probably going to be the flooding from this. Rainfall expected to get up to at least 500 millimeters, potentially maybe higher in mountainous areas. So, of course, we're expecting a lot of mudslides from this. A coastal surge is more than likely very significant with this thing, considering the size of the storm. We're talking gale force winds extending out almost 350 kilometers from the center of the system, which is very expensive, and the hurricane force winds extending out over 100 kilometers from the center, which is also, again, that is anomalously large, especially for a hurricane force wind field. That is a very large wind field. With that, we would expect that the storm is probably going to push a lot of water ashore. I don't know specifically what the storm surge forecasts were. I don't know if anybody issues them in this area, and of course I'm not familiar at all with the terrain of the area, so I can't give a concrete storm surge forecast here, but I imagine that coastal flooding is extremely prominent in the landfall region, especially if you are on the southern edge of this storm where all the onshore flow is. As this storm continues to wash ashore, of course, if the maximum winds aren't coming ashore now, there shouldn't be too far away, to say the least. The edge of the eye seems like it's pretty rapidly coming ashore here. And yeah, within the next couple of hours, we should be seeing a official landfall from what unfortunately is going to be the second devastating cyclone hit in Madagascar within the past 30 days. Of course, Ana produced devastating flooding throughout the capital city of Madagascar, and unfortunately also ended up taking way too many lives. It's a terrible situation. And Batsirai, unfortunately, is only going to exacerbate the problems that Ana left over. So you have this system. Unfortunately, stage 7 on the CDPS that is very destructive. It is literally only one tier away from being catastrophic, and honestly, it's not even that far off from being a stage 8. It's been fluctuating between the two. And stage 8 is really when we start talking about catastrophic storms. If you want an American equivalent, it was looking like for a while that we could be seeing a storm, a Cat 4 landfall. We would be looking at something very similar to a Laura type impact. That's backed way off now, of course, since the wind's gone down. So we're talking closer to maybe like a Hurricane Gene type impact in the area, which is still very significant, by the way. Gene was a devastating storm for Florida, and I imagine it would be even more devastating for a country such as Madagascar. So to say that I'm concerned about this storm is an understatement. It's looking like this is probably going to be in the... I wouldn't be surprised if this is in the top 5 worst storms of the year, and we're only in February.
Goodness gracious, it's definitely looking like it's going to be a bad one. I know you were asking about it just a little bit ago, so I did want to let you know that Meteo France currently expecting storm surge of over a meter near and south of the landing area, so that's significant. That's over 3 feet, and they're saying that the actual wave heights in the end, how high the waves could actually end up being that slam ashore, could be up to 15 meters high.
Whoa, okay, so we've got 15 meters. That's close. That's almost 50 feet.
Yep.
That's insane. That's insanity. Okay, so I can tell you that with 50-foot waves, with 15-meter waves, the storm surge is going to be more than just 1 meter, unfortunately. The storm surge is more than likely going to be just 1 meter. A lot of areas on the south end of this storm are going to experience a meter storm surge, but I imagine the radius of maximum winds, I wouldn't be surprised if we see storm surge in excess of 3 meters. Like, it's going to be, I imagine it's going to be pretty significant.
Again, that catastrophic wording, I think that really encapsulates what the kind of storm surge we could be seeing is going to end up being. Should also be noted that Meteo France forecasting on lowlands of Madagascar, flatlands, 100 millimeters of rain, with 300 millimeters on highlands and localized areas of over 500 millimeters of rain. I know personally we think, especially looking at some model data here, that those are probably lowballing it a little bit. We're probably seeing more than that. There's a general consensus across global models that things could be a bit higher. So I wouldn't be shocked if these are some conservative rainfall estimates that are being given at this time, just due to the uncertainty with where exactly those highest rains are going to end up being.
Yeah, typically rainfall estimates, when they're given by official organizations, they do tend to be a little conservative. So I apologize. My brain's not exactly 100% focused yet. What I can tell you is that rainfall estimates do tend to be a bit conservative from official sources in situations such as these. Like you said, with the uncertainty, we don't know how much the mountain uplift is actually going to increase the rainfall. So you have to consider that as well. When this storm didn't come anywhere close to Reunion, and it dumped over, I believe it was well over a meter of rain on the island, on the mountaintop of the island. So mountain uplift can significantly increase rainfall up beyond what is typically expected. I don't expect that rainfall will come anywhere close to a meter. But yeah, 500 millimeters localized heavy rainfall, that's more than enough to cause mudslides. That's more than enough to cause significant flash flooding. That's more than enough rainfall to cause a lot of problems in a country such as Madagascar.
Absolutely, and with that being said, Kenneth, I know you've posted a couple of things. I'm pulling up the microwave image that you put right now, so that way our viewers can see it. Do you want to explain what exactly is going on here? I feel like this flies in the face of what infrared imagery's been telling us a little bit.
Yes. So, well, pretty much over the past day, although in infrared it is seen that the northern side has more convection, but the northern eye wall seems to be still having fractures, but still you can see the eastern side and the western side now is becoming really healthy. It's really overcome the weakening, some dry air and upwelling a bit earlier, like half day ago, because of upwelling and some dry air, it weakened quite a bit. But right now, as it moves further ashore, which near the coast, there's 1 more degree of sea surface temperature, and so as some frictional convergence, it makes Batsirai to intensify even further. To look at how much energy Batsirai just intake from the ocean. There's a drifting buoy recorded this which records sea surface temperature. It dropped by 3 degrees Celsius over the past day because of Batsirai uptake those energy. Which you can see how broad and intense Batsirai is, such that it needs so much energy to maintain itself and now even slightly intensify before landfall.
Yeah, these storms, they require absolutely incredibly large amounts of energy. So, I mean, it's been absolutely incredible, to say the very least, just how large the storm is. And this storm's packing a punch. This storm has power, moving closer and closer to shore. We have satellite imagery coming in, the latest frame as of 9 o'clock Central. That would be 6 o'clock Eastern African time, 6 p.m. Eastern African time. We did have our latest frame come in. That outer edge of the eye, now if we look at things, just 5 kilometers offshore as of the top of the hour. As we take a look at just how far this is from the area where it is anticipated to make landfall, the current expectation, the storm is wobbling a little bit, but it looks like the current expectation is that the storm is going to be it's about 37 kilometers away now from where the ultimate landfall is going to be occurring. If it's moving at about 18 kilometers an hour, that would mean that the storm's got just about 2 hours. About an hour and a half now, if we're looking at current time here, about 23 past the hour. So we'll see. I mean, the landfall time for this has been a bit erratic because it's been wobbling a bit. Looks like the storm motion's been a little bit uncertain with time here. So we'll see when exactly the storm does manage to really start getting that eye on shore. I wouldn't be shocked if we've already got some of the eye on shore, and I'm sure in the next frame we'll start to see that. But this storm, it's showing its fury right now. And again, we saw there those, what was it, 85 mile an hour, 10-minute sustained winds earlier. That's incredible, and that was before the brunt of the eye wall really looked like it was moving in. I do have an interesting observation with the latest satellite image here. This as of again, 6 p.m. Eastern African time. That would be about 15 UTC. I'm seeing the southern side really start to fall apart on the infrared imagery here. Really starting to see this gap. I am starting to see this burst there, but there's now this gap that's really formed in the southern side. The microwave showing the side being really robust. Do we think that this gap, the infrared showing, do we think it actually means anything?
I don't think that it means anything. If anything, it's probably a land interaction thing at this point.
There we go. It's probably fair. Still looking at a major cyclone, currently 115 miles per hour, 945 millibars according to Meteo France, and we believe, looking at some of our estimate tools, this could be a little stronger. Satellite appearances improved, our objective satellite estimates, the advanced Dvorak technique, our satellite consensus aid, all of it showing that this could be a bit stronger. So we're definitely looking at a major cyclone and possibly a mid-range major cyclone now. Mid-range category 3. Again, though, officially still 115 miles per hour. I want to make that abundantly clear. But the storm could be a little bit stronger. So those in Manjari in particular, you're going to be in for a long ride here for a little while.
It should also be noted that if anybody within the cyclone path is currently listening into this broadcast, one of the most important things about these tropical cyclones is if you end up getting hit by the eye wall, there's a pretty good chance that you're going to end up entering into the eye of the storm, and you're going to have a sudden calming of the skies as if the storm is over. It is absolutely recommended to not venture out and start surveying damage while the eye of the storm is passing. Remain in your storm. Remain in the best shelter that you possibly can until the second half of the storm ends up coming through, because the back half of the eye wall is going to also be packing winds that are going to be well in excess of 150, 160 kilometers per hour, with gusts even higher than that. So you have to make sure, do not venture out when the eye of the storm is passing over you. That is absolutely not a recommended thing to do at all. That is absolutely a source of death, no matter where these hurricanes or tropical cyclones or typhoons end up hitting. So that is another very imperative thing that needs to be hammered home here, is don't venture out while the eye is passing over you. It might be clear, but that clearness is only going to last maybe 15, 20 minutes, and then the fury of the storm is going to be coming right back.
Absolutely. You do have to take things very seriously here. And when that first wave does move through, you have to remember, and Devin, I'm glad that you drove this home, that second wave is coming right behind it. Someone asking in the chat, can the thunderstorms in the western part of Madagascar help the storm? No. I don't think so.
No, that all has to do with land interaction, mountain uplift, the moisture of the storm ending up getting over there, and creating the uplift to allow those thunderstorms to convect over there. That's not going to help the storm intensify at all. Like, that's pretty irrelevant.
No, I think it actually is the other way around. The cyclone is the reason that the thunderstorms are as intense as they are in the western side of Madagascar. That would be the working theory. We are getting some rather... we have a little bit of an argument that's been going on in the chat. Someone arguing that the wind is the main threat with this storm. I would argue that the wind is certainly going to be bad, especially on the places where the eye wall hits. It's still going to be gnarly, but I would argue that the storm surge, when you got 15-meter waves, I think that it's safe to say the storm surge, at least to me, primary threat for coastal areas, and then the primary threat inland is going to be the rainfall.
Yes. So when you're within the radius of maximum winds, obviously the wind... this storm actually has really, really balanced threats. When we're talking about wind, when we're talking about surge, and we're talking about rainfall and inland flooding threats. The three threats here are very, very well balanced, which is actually not typical for a tropical cyclone. Usually, tropical cyclone will have one threat that's very predominant, with the other two threats being not so much. That's definitely not the case here. So when we say that the wind is the least of the concern, it's not to downplay that the wind isn't going to be a concern at all. It's that the wind is going to be devastating, sure, for the people that are affected by the radius of maximum winds. However, the storm surge is going to be just as, if not more, devastating. And the inland flooding is going to be just as, if not more, devastating. And when we're talking about a half a meter of rain falling in mountainous areas where there can easily be landslides that can take out villages, we've seen it happen before. You know, water's going to end up being the bigger threat. That I think people really, unfortunately, don't understand just how much devastation that the water from a tropical cyclone can end up bringing to an area. So I just want to make that clear, that we're not downplaying the wind threat here. The wind threat is absolutely major. We've got a major cyclone coming in, it's got winds in excess of 150 kilometers per hour. It can absolutely destroy. It can even start destroying well-built structures. However, you've also got to consider let's just say that the storm surge is only a meter as predicted, which I don't think that's going to be the case. But we've got a meter of storm surge. You imagine a 3.5 foot tall wall of water rushing towards you. That's going to cause a lot of damage. And then you have to realize, wait a second, these wave heights are up to 15 meters high. That's going to cause significant coastal flooding, beach erosion. That's going to cause so many problems on the coast. And then you have to consider the mudslide threat, the flash flooding threat from the 500 millimeter plus rainfall rates. So, yeah, it's really a triple threat with this cyclone.
Definitely, again, big-time winds, big-time storm surge, big-time rainfall. If anyone else has any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask them. We'll be more than glad to answer them. Someone asking, what do we feel like this storm was at peak? Some people saying that this might have peaked as a Category 5 cyclone.
It got close. I don't think it ever really got there.
No, I generally
I also don't think so.
Hold it. It didn't. Yeah, it had the look of one for maybe an hour, but that's not enough evidence to prove that a storm is a Cat 5. You gotta hold a satellite appearance for quite a while in order to be able to do that. So, we will obviously look at the storm post-analysis. You'll see what the storm ends up being analyzed as by us in the 2022 Southwest Indian Ocean cyclone animation. But at this time, I'm pretty sure the officials peaked it at 130 knot.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't see. Wait, is 125 knot peak?
Yes.
From Meteo France?
Both JWC and Meteo France.
Okay. I could have swore that there was a 130 knot peak that they ended up saying 115 10 minute. But that's okay. I think that 150 is probably more accurate, but 145, 150, probably somewhere around that region's fine.
Just got a brand new satellite image that's come in here. This is as of 15 past the hour, about 6:15 Eastern African time. And we can now see there that eye basically touching the shore now. So that eye was right offshore. That means the eye is most certainly on shore. It was under a kilometer offshore before. So the eye now, we're about 15 minutes past that, most certainly starting to move ashore there. Looks like Marosangi is going to be the area that gets the landfall from this at this point. That's pretty much set in stone. And it looks as if, as we look at where this is headed, this is about 29 kilometers offshore. So we're looking at this landfall occurring here in not too long now. So this situation continues to be rather serious, and we're looking at a landfall now that could be occurring in less than 2 hours. So this serious storm, it's looking like it's coming to its conclusion over water, and we're really starting to see this as it moves over land. We've just seen a huge burst of convection on the northern side. Unfortunately, I think those rainfall rates are going up there. Could be because of the mountainous terrain, but regardless, big-time rain on the northern side definitely occurring somewhere within that thunderstorm complex that's up there. And then on the southern side of things, we're starting to see the mountains here interact with this, and we're starting to see that convection blow up as well. So unfortunately, big-time rainfall currently occurring. That's pretty obvious at this point, and it looks like the worst of the storm surge, the worst of the winds, moving ashore as we speak. Someone asking, did the storm go through an eyewall replacement cycle, or has it just weakened? Depends on how much time you look at this through.
So, it definitely went through an eyewall replacement cycle, but once it ended up forming its secondary eyewall, it's never really been truly able to close it. So the storm's really struggled over the past day and a half to close its outer eyewall, and it just hasn't been able to truly do it. And that's, luckily for us, limited the intensity of this tropical cyclone. That ended up closing off that eyewall, we'd be talking about a much stronger system right now. So you could definitely thank the deities that you end up praying to, that this storm has not gotten any stronger because of the break in the northern and northwest eyewall that ended up happening after the eyewall replacement cycle. So it's really been steadily weakening because it just hasn't been able to actually form its proper eyewall after the eyewall replacement cycle ended up happening that brought it down from peak.
Yeah, pretty much the ocean heat content just because of its very large size and not so high ocean heat content, only 15 to 35. It certainly isn't enough to support such a broad cyclone and bring it to a very high intensity like Category 5, especially after our replacement cycle. It just the maximum potential, it just cannot support it.
Yep. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask us. Tag us at Force13, at symbol Force13, all in text. It'll light up in a nice bright orange for us. We'll be more than glad to answer those questions as we do continue to look at what's been going on with time here. Definitely a serious situation continues to bear down on Madagascar with time, and again, the worst of the winds, the rain, the storm surge moving ashore right now for coastal Madagascar, but the worst of the rainfall expected in more mountainous regions. Meteo France currently forecasting a meter of storm surge, although we believe it could be higher, with over 15-meter wave heights being possible. Also forecasting a landfall here likely at 115 miles per hour. Looks like that's going to be about right. Major cyclone landfall at this point looks all but inevitable. And then as we take a look at the rainfall threat, 100 millimeters of rain expected for the flatlands, the higher elevations 300 millimeters, with locally up to 500 millimeters of rain. We believe that all of those totals could be a bit higher as well, unfortunately, as the storm does move ashore. Devin, I know this is something you talk about a lot, but as we pull up the cone of uncertainty from Meteo France, this is made by our own kin, but this depicts what Meteo France is thinking. You can see here rather clearly, this is going to be weakening rapidly. In 12 hours time, it's expected to be a 60 mile per hour tropical storm. With that rapid weakening, you get lots of rainfall as all of that uplift that you were getting from the storm before goes away. All the rain falls. Devin, I know that that's something that you look at a lot, but this storm expected to weaken rapidly. How's that going to affect the rainfall?
So yeah, a rapidly weakening storm, pretty much what's going on there is that you have this really, you got to think of a tropical cyclone like a heat engine, because that's pretty much what it is. It is a giant steam engine. And as soon as you bring that storm ashore, all of a sudden, that engine doesn't have any more fuel. So all of that energy that it's produced has got to go somewhere. It's going to expel some of its energy, of course, in wind. But the steam itself, the actual fuel, also has to be expelled. That's going to be expelled in terms of rainfall. And typically, the faster a storm weakens, the higher the rainfall rate is going to be. And when you're going over mountainous regions, these storms fall apart very quickly. So, yes, there will be very, very rapid weakening with this storm as it moves across the island of Madagascar. That's another reason why we're thinking that the rainfall rates are going to be at or exceeding a half a meter in areas. So, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. A lot of factors at play coming together to create what will be a potentially not just destructive, but potentially catastrophic inland flooding concerns here in Madagascar.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have some people saying that it looks like the eye might be coming ashore. Some people calling landfall. We do want to note that at least here at Force 13, we define landfall as when the eye is halfway between the shore and the ocean. So when the eye passes the halfway point across land, that's when we call landfall. So for us, we aren't near landfall just yet. The eye is definitely coming ashore. That is correct, but landfall has not yet happened.
Yeah, landfall is still an hour, hour and a half, maybe even more than that away.
Yeah, we've still got a little while before that does happen, but a lot of people talking about how the eye looking like it is moving ashore, and yeah, we can basically all but confirm because of the image that we had come in at 15 past the hour, 6:15 Eastern African time. We can tell you with pretty much certainty at this point, the eye is on shore. It was less than a kilometer offshore at that point. I can't imagine in half an hour it hasn't moved on shore at this point. So the eye is definitely ashore, but the center of the eye, that's where we mark landfall. Still have a little bit before that does end up happening. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please feel free to ask us. That'll be just tagging us at Force13, all in text, at symbol Force13, all in text. That's how you can get your questions to us. We'll be more than glad to answer those as they come in. A couple of people asking, first one asking, how can you tell when a storm has made landfall? And I think we just answered that pretty clearly, halfway between the land and the water. Secondly, is there a chance that Batsirai is still a hurricane-equivalent cyclone after it moves over Madagascar back out to sea? The answer is no. No, the storm will definitely not be, and that's just because the storm's going to get absolutely torn to shreds by mountains. So you're going to have the core of the storm, the part that allows the winds to be that strong, isn't going to be there anymore. It's going to be absolutely torn apart. Still looks like it's going to maintain tropical storm status, and that's just because you don't really need that core in order to have those tropical storm force winds, and it looks like it's going to be able to hold the line there. Most models think that, the JTWC thinks that, and so does Meteo France, but no, this will not be a hurricane equivalent storm as it moves back out over water, although it could re-strengthen just a tad as it does. No land area is currently anticipated to be impacted, though, after the storm does move back out over water. Let's see, someone was just asking, any chance of this storm re-strengthening after it hits Madagascar? There certainly is a chance that it re-strengthens just a little bit, but it's not expected to re-strengthen too much at this time.
Yes, the sea surface temperature is not as high as the latitude, as it moves further south towards higher latitudes. The less the sea surface temperature, there's less heat content. As devastated, a tropical cyclone is just like a giant steam engine. When there's a lower sea surface temperature, there is less evaporation, which means less fuel for tropical cyclone. That means less intensification. And generally, we'll say 26 degrees is the threshold of a tropical cyclone to maintain itself in general. When once it crosses this line, it will start weakening.
Absolutely. Lower sea surface temperatures, less energy for the cyclone to work with. That's definitely the case. We're going to be getting a new satellite image coming in here in short order, and when we do, we'll be able to get you the latest on just how close the storm is now to land. This is about 15 minutes old when this does end up coming in. Might be a couple minutes older than that, but we're going to get a new satellite image here in not too long, and that'll be able to give us the latest information on this. The northern side now looking far more robust than the southern side on infrared, although again, we do know that the southern side is likely the stronger of the two. It's moving with the storm. That allows the winds to be stronger, makes the storm surge higher as well. but also with that, the microwave showing that being where the most robust eye wall is as well. So all indications the southern side is the strongest. Mananjari right now getting absolutely slammed. I'm fairly certain at this point that they're getting pretty much the worst that this storm has to offer, at least with round 1 before round 2 moves in. And unfortunately, I think they might just scathe the eye and not actually end up being in it, meaning that the entirety of this storm's passage over Mananjari might just be that eye wall. I'm not looking forward to seeing what we're going to have coming out of there.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be a pretty sight, to say the least. Unfortunately, this is going to be a really devastating tropical cyclone, and you could just hope that everybody that's going to be affected by this storm is going to be okay.
Yep, that is the case. Quick question for both of you, just so that way we know. Does Meteo France release landfall bulletins?
That I don't know.
I don't know that. If anyone in the chat knows that, that would be good information to have. But as we currently continue to look at this storm, it's not far from land at all. Currently moving ashore, 115 mile per hour winds, pressure 945 millibars according to Meteo France. Could be a bit stronger. Stage 7 on the CDPS scale at this time, given the devastating wind, size, and rainfall. Devin, as you were saying, terrifying balance of the three. It looks like all three of them are going to be rather serious. So that's what we're looking at right now.
And that's the reason why this storm ranks so high on the CDPS, is because of all three of the significant threats: the wind, the surge, and the rainfall. All three of them together are creating just an awful concoction of destruction that's going to end up coming ashore here. So, yeah, it's an extremely dangerous situation that's going on. It's, like I said, it's typically not the case that a storm has all three threats so well and balanced at this intensity. But this storm is definitely accomplishing that and is definitely causing problems.
Definitely the case. We do have some posts on social media here that I do want to show real quick. The first one here, this one out of Madagascar. This is courtesy of Humanity and Inclusion US. You can see there out of Madagascar the very strong winds, the very heavy rain that's currently falling at this time. And you can see here from another social media post here, just the very strong winds that are coming out of there. So this storm moving ashore, you can see some flying debris there as well. It looks like sticks from trees, perhaps shingles from roofs. Devastating storm currently moving ashore at this time.
Oh, we have some surface observation exactly at Menagerie weather station, WMO code 67143, located at 21.2 south, 48.38 degrees east. It is currently Menagerie is experiencing a 10-minute sustained wind of 166.8 kilometers per hour.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, conditions overcast rain.
Yep, so we were saying winds were going to be well in excess of 160 kilometers per hour. That pretty much confirms it.
Yep, there you go. That also confirms this is in fact a major cyclone, at least 115 mile per hour sustained winds if we're looking at 1 minute. So, devastating cyclone currently on the way.
The same station has also recorded a 976.9 hectopascals sea level pressure.
Goodness gracious. All right, well, as we're seeing that, again, those 115 mile per hour winds, and we can see that the storm is moving in. We're starting to get some videos in now as well. New frame coming in. This is as of past. The eye is on shore. The edge of the eye there, right on shore. So we have officially broken it. So this is definitely a serious situation continuing to unfold. So I don't know what else to say other than this is really bad. I know we have someone else who's just joined us here on the stream. I'm going to attempt not to butcher this, but I believe it's Zalcon. Is that your name? Thank you so much for joining. What are your thoughts on the storm at the moment?
It's Xiaoqian, but it doesn't matter. So it is very impressive. So I found the latest surface observation at 90 knots. That is even a 10-minute average wind. And that is quite impressive considering the station is at 5 meters altitude, which is basically equivalent to the normal sea surface, or actually it's 10 minutes. We automatically assume. So this is definitely still a category 3 at the moment, and I'm actually quite impressed by that.
Absolutely. Very impressive wind speeds, and again, very impressive surge likely to occur as well with those 15-meter wave heights expected by Meteo France. The eye looking significantly more ragged with time. So definitely, again, the situation just getting more and more serious right now. Marasangi looking like the area of landfall. Mananjari getting the worst of that southern side right now, probably getting the worst conditions of the cyclone. Nosy Verica currently looking to be in the midst of the northern eye wall, and just overall the satellite appearance is rapidly improving on the storm, and I don't like that, especially as this is approaching landfall. You can see rather clearly just the more robust eye wall around it. The only place that looks to be the weakness now is the western side, and that's due to land interaction. So, goodness gracious.
This storm is looking really, really good right now, to say the least. This storm is, like I said, this thing was looking like it's been gathering itself back together right before landfall. We were hoping that this storm wasn't going to intensify at the last minute, but it looks like that it may have done just that.
That is what it's looking like, unfortunately, and that's definitely not good news for those in Madagascar. That's going to really make all fronts worse. It has a bigger ceiling to drop from when it weakens. That means more rainfall. That means that the stronger winds are going to get you higher storm surge, and of course the wind damage is going to be worse because the winds are bigger. So it's really bad news on all fronts, especially given how large the storm is. Again, catastrophic impacts with that stage 7 on the CDPS scale. That's what we're currently anticipating, unfortunately, at this time. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to tag us at Force13, at symbol Force13, all in text, and we'll be more than glad to answer your questions. We're here to keep you safe. If you know anyone in the path of this storm, please send this to them so that way they can be helping. That way they can be sending in reports, things like that, and we can answer their questions, keep them safe, make sure that they have all the information they need in order to be as safe as possible. Again, thanks to all of you so much for watching thus far. We're going to be through the long haul here, all the way through, and probably an hour after landfall as this devastating storm continues to move ashore. See here, the latest satellite image currently about 25 minutes out of date. We're going to be getting another one here just after top of the hour as this devastating storm continues to move ashore. Continuing to see this in pretty bad stride here. So definitely a dangerous situation, to say the very least. And unfortunately, I'm not expecting this to improve here anytime soon. The worst of the storm just now moving on shore. We've got a long time ahead before conditions begin to improve for the coastline here. Wouldn't be shocked if we still have pretty gnarly conditions hitting the coast for hours to come. The storm is expected to be moving ashore. As it does so, it looks as if those very strong winds from the storm going to continue even after this moves inland. It should be noted, after the eye moves inland and begins to close, the winds offshore still going to be extremely strong. And then as this does move inland, we're still going to be seeing a tropical storm at least as this moves in. Meteo France currently forecasting relatively quick weakening here, as you can clearly see, but With that being said, could re-strengthen a little bit after it moves back out to sea. I do want to make it very clear, if you're in Mozambique, if you're in South Africa, this will not be a threat to you. Again, this will not be a threat to you after the storm hits land. It's not expected to impact you, not even tropical storm force winds, maybe some rain showers. That's about it. As we zoom out, we take a look at the entirety of Madagascar. Unfortunately, we don't have radar data available, but you can see there, southern side just getting absolutely slammed by Batsirai. And then you can see on the northern side there in those more mountainous regions, convection beginning to fire because of the moist air that Batsirai has been able to move northward. So, unfortunately, looks like flooding could be a more widespread problem than just being confined to Batsirai. See if we have any questions here. No questions at this time. We're seeing here from the chat, there is a poll about who here is from Madagascar, who is not. But we're seeing here that about 11% of you from Madagascar. So please, if you're in Madagascar, if you're in the path of this storm, ask questions if you have any. We're more than glad to answer those. That's why we're here. Someone asking about the chances of cyclone formation within the next 5 days. If you're looking in the Southwest Indian Ocean specifically, there is a chance that we do get 1 or 2 systems, weaker systems, that do form, but current chances on that are relatively low. As we look around the rest of the world, I'm not seeing anything of particularly huge interest, although I am seeing the possibility of a new storm forming there near the New Caledonia Vanuatu region generally over the next couple of days as well. Those are the general next 5-day risk areas at this time. We'll just have to see what does end up happening.
So right now, I'm just scrolling through to see if I can find some more up-to-date satellite imagery. Of course, I've only got what I have on the Tropical Cyclone Real-Time page on RAM. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that anyone else has really posted, and fortunately not much here. We do see that the eye temperature on satellite was warming for a brief bit, and now it's cooling again, so it's still not looking great, but I'm just trying to come up with good news, if there's any, in regards to the situation. Unfortunately, I'm not really able to find any. This is still a very robust, intense tropical cyclone that's coming ashore.
Absolutely. It's just a bad situation in general. It's not something that we like to see at all. And we're going to continue to watch this storm as it moves ashore all the way until landfall and after landfall. And again, we're here to answer your questions. So please, 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 if you have questions, we're here to make sure that we can answer those, we can keep you safe. Haven't gone over the latest alerts in Madagascar here in a little while, but if we take a look here, red alerts currently in place for much of Madagascar. It includes the capital, Antananarivo. It also includes places like Tomasina, Menahoro, Nosy Viraka, those general areas. That's what this is moving ashore. You can see there the landfall expectation currently looking like Manjari is going to get just south of this, and it's looking like Morosangi right now, the major place to look at for a cyclone landfall at this time, unfortunately. When it comes to the cyclone alerts, specific locations, I'm going to read these off to the best of my ability. Please forgive me if I do butcher any of these, but you can also see them on your screen. In red alerts, that means that there is imminent danger. The cyclone is bearing down on you. VATOVAVY, FITOVINANY, ATSIMO, ATSINANANA, ATSINANANA again, MANGORO, ANALAMANGA, ITASY, VAKINANKARATRA, AMORON'I, Manila, Matsari, AMBONY, IHOROMBE, and the district of Ansimon Zaka. Those are the areas there. Again, I apologize if I butchered any of those. In the yellow alerts, the regions to look at are BONGOLAVA, MENABE, ATSIMO, ANDREFANA, ANOSY, ANDROY, in the district of Enslavoa. So there you go. Those are the current places in yellow and red alerts. Again, I do apologize if I did end up butchering any of those. That's what we have in terms of alerts right now. We continue to take a look at the zoomed-in close-up satellite. Again, the latest image as of about half an hour ago. We're going to be getting a new one relatively soon as we do cross top of the hour here. 7 p.m. Eastern African time at this time. A dangerous situation, dangerous storm continuing to bear down on Madagascar. This storm expected to make landfall within the next hour or two. If we take a look at the latest calculations, assuming this is still moving at about 18 kilometers per hour, the storm is currently from shore about 27 kilometers. So that means that this will probably be moving ashore within the next 2 hours, next hour and a half or so. So around the 8:30 to 9 o'clock p.m. time frame, this storm will end up making landfall as a potent and possibly devastating storm. Not good news, to say the very least. As we continue to look at things, not a whole bunch of new news currently coming out at this time, but we are looking at what could be a big-time we are looking at what could be, again, big-time storm, big-time damage, definitely big-time damage there. And again, Devin, I know we've been talking about it for a while, but this is a surprisingly balanced storm. We're having wind speeds of around 115 miles per hour, pressure 945 from Meteo France. That's a major wind threat. We're getting those rainfall totals over 500 millimeters. That's a pretty major threat in terms of rainfall. And then the storm surge could be over a meter, over 15-meter wave heights. So my goodness, looking like a serious situation there. Again, scarily balanced.
Yeah, this is just really unfortunate. This is just a really unfortunate situation. The only thing that we can really do is just watch this cyclone as it comes on shore. Of course, we don't really have the ground reports or the radar images to really be flashy on, let's say the Philippines or India or United States or Japan or something like that. Unfortunately, Madagascar doesn't have such luxuries, so we're not able to really give you the full detail of what this storm is doing. So really all that we can sit here to do is take a look at a satellite image and speculate, which is never ideal, but especially when the satellite imagery is coming from Meteo Sat 8. Ugh. But either which way, unfortunately, all we could do is just sit here and watch this storm come in and answer all the viewer questions that end up coming in. If you tag us Force13 all in text, we'll get to your questions to the best of our ability and just give general advice on how to be able to survive in these conditions. Obviously, you would want to be in a sturdy structure, some place that isn't very likely to flood. If you're in a landslide prone area, you should have already evacuated out of that area by now. If you're currently getting tropical storm force winds, you need to stay in place until those tropical storm force winds end up going away. And for reference, that's what, 65 kilometers per hour, if I remember correctly?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if your winds are exceeding 65 kilometers per hour, it's recommended to just stay indoors until the storm passes in general. You don't want to be out and about during storm force winds at all. It'll be more dangerous. But yeah, this is just... And of course, if the eye is going over you, don't venture outside while the eye is going over you. The eye is only going to last 10, maybe 15 minutes before the second half of the eye wall is going to slap you. And then you're going to be caught in 150 kilometer per hour wind plus again. So basically, at this point, if you're already getting affected by the storm, stay in place, wait for the storm to pass. If you are still further inland from the storm yet, and the storm's likely going to be passing over you, if you take a look at the cone, you see that the storm's going to definitely be giving you rainfall. My personal suggestion is, if you're in a landslide-prone area, to move away from said landslide-prone area if you are able to as soon as you can. Get into a sturdy structure, because there will still be storm force winds coming over. 60, 70, 80 kilometer per hour winds is still enough to cause significant damage to structures. So make sure that you are well sheltered to the best of your ability. Yeah, that's pretty much the best advice that I can give at this time.
That's fair. We do have a new satellite image that's just come in as well. This is one that's come in as of 30 past. 45 past, actually. So this is about 20 minutes old. 45 past. You can see the eye now well on shore. Marosangi about to be in the eye. You guys are about to be in the eye. You're about to be one of the first major cities to be within the eye. Just make sure that you're doing what Devin instructed. You want to make sure that you remain in shelter. This isn't going to last for very long. You might be in the eye any minute now. On our side, it looks like you've still got a little while yet, but of course, again, that's about 15 minutes old, so you're probably right along the edge of that right now, about to get the eye. So please, please ensure that you are taking this rather seriously. Latest eye temperature, about 12 degrees Celsius, looks like. And from the center of the eye, we can take a look here, and we can see that we're about 21 kilometers now offshore. So, less than 2 hours.
I want to go ahead and note right now that Kenneth just brought up the location of Mananjari here. And it looks like that Mananjari is actually going to miss the radius maximum winds by quite a bit. They're not even going to get into the eye of this storm. So that 90 knot, 10-minute sustained winds didn't even come from the strongest section of the eye wall. That suggests to me that places that are going to be getting the eye wall, you guys are definitely going to be getting. I mean, there's possibility at this point. Make sure that I'm getting my conversions here correctly before I go completely insane. Yeah, it's entirely possible that we could see winds of up to 200 kilometers per hour in areas getting directly infected by the radius of maximum winds in this thing.
Absolutely, it's looking rather nasty, and yeah, that means that if we have those major cyclone force winds just outside, the winds are substantially stronger in the radius of maximum winds. So it's all but confirmed that we are looking at a storm stronger than 115 miles an hour. Regardless of that, still, it would still need to be taken very seriously if it was, but now we pretty much can confirm that you're going to be getting areas with winds substantially stronger than that, unfortunately, meaning that the satellite appearance might be telling us more than we thought in terms of its strength, but definitely a cyclone with power, Category 3 cyclone, Stage 7 on the Cyclone Destruction Potential Scale, will be making landfall over the next couple of hours. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, please tag us at Force13. That's at symbol, then Force13, all in text. We'll be more than glad to answer your questions. Getting a few satellite metrics, as we've been seeing some people ask them in the chat. First one being, how large is the eye right now? I can tell you it's relatively large, going from a -30 to -30. We're at about 45 kilometers in width now. And that's going from the -40 to -40 contour on either side of the eye. So that's what we're looking at right now. The storm itself is massive, influencing the basically 2/3 of the country. The northern third, if not the northern fourth, is the only area that's not getting some sort of rain or thunderstorms or significant impacts due to the storm.
I can tell you is that in regards to the size of this storm, the 65 kilometer per hour winds extend out over 300 kilometers from the center of this storm. So it is a very large system that's coming ashore. That is a pretty large tropical storm force wind field. So absolutely, this is a large storm. A 45 kilometer I assume that's diameter. You said
diameter.
Yeah, so that's going across the pretty much the longest sector of the eye. I'm sure if we had recon in here, we would probably see that the eye is probably elliptical in some sort of way. But of course, without a plane going in there, I don't think that we would be able to confirm that. But I think that I think it would be safe to assume that 40 kilometers, roughly, is probably the longer of the two diameters of the ellipse that is making the eye right now. It's probably shorter north-south than it is east-west. Either which way, definitely the best way to describe this system is that it is large. This is an anomalously large system.
Yeah, I mean, goodness gracious, this storm has been absolutely massive, this storm again, and that's why we're getting such high storm surge with this as well. Something I haven't gone over in a little bit here, this is courtesy of the European weather model. This gives you a good idea of rain accumulations. This is the most aggressive of the model solutions, and it still is, it's not that far over. It's actually a little bit under in maximum areas of what Meteo France is forecasting, so I feel like this gives you the best representation of what's going on. So in places near the landfall zone, Marosangi currently 230 millimeters of rain forecasted by the European weather model. Mananjari looking at about 200 millimeters. The global forecast system actually forecasting more for Mananjari at 250, 242 there for Marosangi at this point, since the new run has started coming in. We can also, as we take a look at more mountainous regions, see rather clearly there that nearly 500 millimeters of rain that Meteo France was mentioning all along those mountainous areas. So dangerous situation there. As we take a look at another possible solution there, not quite as high on the rainfall totals. I'd personally favor the first solution there with those 400 to 500 millimeter totals, just due to the mountainous terrain of the area coupled with Meteo France's 500 millimeter forecast. So dangerous situation continues to unfold here, and if we take a look, there's definitely some lightning being produced within this storm as well. I know that was something that was asked earlier, so I just wanted to clarify. And it's certainly going on. Here's the storm right now as we continue to see the satellite loop. Look at the eye there close up. It's moving ashore. It looks as if the southerly component of movement has gone away a little bit. It is now moving more westerly than it was before. So that's certainly what we're looking at right now. The storm continuing to move on through. We do have a social media post here. This is from TV Madagascar. You can see here rather clearly, again, this is as of February 5th, and this would be as of 7 o'clock or so. You can see the dark skies there, and yeah, you can just see just how dangerous things are beginning to look there. We do have some people outdoors, things like that. I would suggest getting indoors right now, right around there. This is in Malagasy, so yeah, if you're there, you need to be getting to that safe place there. Not much rain falling as of yet. You can see some rain has fallen, but indeed, winds I'm sure are going to be picking up there relatively soon. So that'd definitely be a place where I would suggest getting to that safe place at the moment, just because of how serious this is going to be getting. As we continue to look at the storm here, new satellite image due to come in within the next couple of minutes, so we can get a new and improved satellite image, giving us an even better idea than we currently have of where the storm is, how intense it is, things like that. Each satellite image is immensely valuable to us. Someone asking, has the storm slowed down? Has anyone on the team been tracking this? Is the storm slowing down at the moment?
As far as I know, the storm is not slowing down.
No, it looks as if it's been maintaining its movement speed pretty persistently here. It does look like it is now, it's lost that southerly jog it had, and it's taking a turn to the west right now, which means that unfortunately, if you're in a Marosangi, direct hit basically in line for you, unfortunately. If it had continued that southward movement, there was perhaps the possibility of you maybe not being right through the center of the eye, which would mean that you'd have the longest duration of getting in that radius of maximum winds. But seriously, it just Not a good situation. It means that you're in for the long haul. Those on the northern side of the eye wall, like Nosy Varaka, you're also getting some of the worst of this because you don't get that break in the eye, and you get this eye wall for quite a while. Mananjari might be in the same boat here, but it looks like we have different cities that could get within the radius of maximum winds here at some point. But dangerous situation continues to unfold. This is definitely something that needs to be taken seriously. This 7:15 Eastern African time as we head into the evening. This is going to be a long night for some. Again, strong winds, heavy rainfall, and devastating storm surge, all with this storm. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please ask us. We'll be more than glad to answer them as the storm does continue its march to shore at this time. Someone asking, what's happened to the storm's eye in the past few frames?
Probably a bit of land interactions that because you can see a bit of the eye has already go over the landmass, which leads to the eye to strengthen a little bit and becomes a bit more ragged because right west of the storm it is mountain ranges, which does not will already doing some effect to the system's eye, which makes it a bit more ragged, which may show signs that it may actually start a bit of weakening, but just a bit. Those that very destructive wind will still be there. And also regarding the westward jaw, the southward factor just gone. I guess it may be due to the potential vorticity reasons. Because the storm, when it is very near the coast, it tends to move towards the landmass. Yes, that's what I read. Yeah, first from some research that why it started to move westward and which place getting the longest duration of the eye, Thomas?
The longest duration of the eye is going to be through Marosangi at this time.
Yeah, and that's why.
Yeah, it's just going to be because the storm is going to be moving west. We did just get the brand new satellite frame that came in here, so we can get some new information here. Currently it is 7:17, now 7:18 Eastern African time. This as of 7 o'clock. So this gives you a pretty direct kind of thing here. The storm now on shore, about a quarter of the eye, now inland. Marasangi, you're about to be in the eye. You're in the radius of maximum winds right now. You're probably about to be in the eye if you're not in it already. So absolutely devastating impacts. Please, please, if you still somehow have service with us, I doubt that many people there do, if anyone, but if you still have cell service, if you're still hearing us, no, you're in the eye. You cannot come out of it right now. It is not safe to do so, and anyone that's in the path of this needs to note it is not safe to come out. The eye is moving over you if you're in the direct path here, so that's places like Morafeno, Valava. Those areas could be in the eye here relatively soon. Have to note, this storm, it's moving ashore. You might get that time of calm, but the backside is going to be just as dangerous. Let's take a look at the distance now from land. The storm now currently, if it continues its due west direction, about 12.5 kilometers offshore. If that's the case, that means landfall is going to be occurring within the hour. Within the next hour or so. Might be near top of the hour, near the 8 o'clock time frame. This is trending sooner and sooner and sooner as time does continue to go on for landfall. We'll just have to see. Again, we call landfall here at Force 13 when the storm has made its move halfway between land and water. So we'll continue to be looking at this as time does go on.
I have been working on generating an image of Cyclone Batsirai.
Alright, if you want to show that, we'll be able to put it up on the screen.
I am working on it.
Alright, well, whenever that's ready, we'll be able to see what's going on there.
Should be posted right now.
There it is. Wowee. Something else that's not good news in this latest frame, that western side that had that gap from, it's just completely built in. This now has, it looks as if it does now have a ring of minus 60s, full ring of minus 60s around the center as the storm's about to make landfall.
Yeah, so a full ring of minus 60 cloud tops, for those that don't necessarily understand, for the Dvorak technique. Let me get my paper out here. I have to get the paper for reference, because I don't remember these 100% off the top of my head. Here it is. Minus 60 degrees. Yep, so minus 60 means that there is a full light gray ring around the eye. Actually, light gray starts at minus 54, so that doesn't really matter much. The cutoff is minus 64. That's when you move into the next echelon for satellite analysis. So the cutoff... So these I should back up even further. These temperatures that we're reading off are the infrared temperatures that the satellite is giving us. So when you're taking a look at an infrared image, the different colors that you see on the screen is corresponding to the different temperatures of the cloud tops that the satellite is seeing from infrared radiation that's coming off of these storms. There's a whole branch of science. You can go ahead and take a look into it. It involves Planck curves. If you want to read into it, go ahead. That's beyond the scope of this live stream. But basically, all you need to know is that infrared radiation is coming off of the cloud tops. The satellite is reading it. Typically, there's some other factors in play, but typically, the colder the cloud top is, the taller the thunderstorms are, and therefore the more intense the convection is. For Dvorak estimates, which is what, even to this day, most professional meteorologists use. I mean, you take a look at SAB, they still use basically the exact same technique that was developed in the 1970s and 1980s. I personally have the diagram here that was from paper written by Vernon Dvorak in 1984. And this shows very clearly that light gray ring is for cloud tops that are showing anywhere from negative 54 to negative 63 degrees Celsius. So a negative 60 degrees Celsius ring doesn't necessarily really change much as long as we have that light gray ring going all the way around the eye, which we do. And that pretty much means that the storm is... Yeah, that means that the storm is a slam dunk Category 3, 115 knots. But of course, if you're getting into more upper echelon light gray, like minus 60s, that could mean that it could be a little bit stronger than 100 knots, 115 miles an hour. That could mean that it could be 105 knots, 110 knots maybe. We're thinking that this thing is a little bit stronger than just a baseline Category 3. Either which way, whether if it's 100 knots, 105 knots, 110 knots, the bottom line is that this storm is going to be a very devastating landfall. We're talking winds that are in excess of 160 kilometers per hour, 10-minute sustained winds. We have that confirmed on the ground. The radius that is outside the radius of the maximum winds, where we suspect that sustained wind speeds could be getting up to 200 kilometers per hour, though we don't have confirmed reports of that. We know that they are at least exceeding 180. We just don't have reports of 200, but you could definitely see gusts, 3-second gusts exceeding 200 kilometers per hour with this storm, which is very devastating to say the least. I believe once you start getting into that range, that's the equivalent of at least an EF2 tornado. That would be 120 miles an hour. That would be high-end EF2, low-end EF3, Schwent?
Yeah, that's in your upper-end EF2, low-end EF3 kind of status there, yep.
So you're talking about, even for well-built structures, that would be able to take down the exterior walls of many homes. So, and you're talking more than likely a roof failure of even well-built structures as well. And if your structure's not well-built, you could see total destruction of it. Like, over here in the States, we would call them mobile homes or trailers that aren't necessarily well-built. An EF2 tornado would be enough to completely devastate, like, completely destroy the entire home. So, with wind speeds such as this, we could definitely expect to see complete destruction of poorly built structures, total roof failure, and potential exterior wall failure of well-built structures. So, yeah, to say that the damage from the winds is going to be major, yeah, it's definitely going to be major damage, no doubt, but yeah, with the ring of -60, I think that pretty much confirms that it's just going to be a tick stronger than 115 miles an hour, but in the grand scheme of things, it's a change of 5, maybe if we're being generous, 10 miles an hour at most, but in the grand scheme of things, it really doesn't change much. It's still going to be a very devastating wind-wise, whether if it's 115 or 125 miles an hour, which would convert to... Sorry, I need to realize I need to convert to kilometers. Being a American like I am, that would be 185 to 200 kilometers per hour. So when you have winds of 185 to 200 kilometers per hour, somewhere in that range, it really doesn't matter. You're going to be getting pretty much total destruction of poorly built structures and roof failure and potential exterior wall failure of well-built structures.
Absolutely. It's looking rather gnarly right now. Devin, we do have that image that you made pulled up there. This is an absolutely stunning image of Batsirai. This is the last visible image that we could get before the sunset, I believe. Is that what's going on here? This is the last visible image that we could get before the sunset.
Yeah, there is one more image after it, but it's really dark, so I didn't want to personally use it. I've tried to touch it up the best that I could, but unfortunately potato sat is still potato sat, so it is definitely grainy. I apologize for the grainy appearance of the image. I pulled it off of a global scan, so there's that. But yeah, you could definitely see that this is a very healthy major cyclone coming into Madagascar.
Unfortunately, that is in fact the case. As we go back to satellite imagery here, we go back to the infrared view. We're due to have another image coming in here relatively soon, within the next few minutes. We're about to cross bottom of the hour here. Landfall coming up relatively soon as this storm has taken a turn to the west. We also have on the stream joining us Havoc. Havoc, I know you've been here for a little while now. You've been watching the storm. You've been ensuring that you've been watching us closely. What are your current thoughts on the situation?
Honestly, this is a very devastating storm, and people in Madagascar need to finish their preparations. There's no excuse for them not to be done right now.
Well, yeah. Yeah, we've had a lot of coverage. We've been knowing that this is going to be a major impact in Madagascar for, I mean, geez, 7 days now. Honestly, it's been a week. This storm, this is one thing I do have to say right now. The models nailed the forecast track for this cyclone. Even 7 days out, the forecast track for this cyclone has been incredible. So I really have to give a commendation to our global forecast models. They've really hit a home run with this thing. Like, it showed it clearly going to the north of Rodrigues, slowing down, going to the north of Réunion and Mauritius, and then ending up hitting Madagascar as a major cyclone. We've known this for a week now. So I got to give commendation to our global forecasting models. They have done absolutely an excellent job with forecasting Cyclone Batsirai. There should have been plenty of lead time. I mean, we've been covering the storm for the entire week, if I recall correctly. So we've been putting out the content saying people in Madagascar should be paying attention to this storm. I'm sure the local Met office has been giving some warnings. I know that Meteo France has been covering this thing like they've been watching this thing like a hawk over the past week because of the potential impacts to Madagascar. So there should have been plenty warning to prepare for this storm. Of course, if you're already in the 60 to 70 kilometer per hour winds, we personally recommend staying in your shelter at this time, as venturing out into the storm once the winds reach that level, the winds are only going to go up from there. So it is highly recommended to not flee from your home if the winds start exceeding that amount.
Absolutely, and as we do cross bottom of the hour here, we will have a new satellite image coming in short order. We do have a few questions here. First one, will this storm reach South Africa? The answer is no. This storm will not be striking South Africa. The storm will be moving well offshore, well out to sea. No risk of even tropical storm force winds. You can see here, this is the Joint Typhoon Warning Center's cone. This is one source. The other source, Meteo France. Neither of them showing any sort of tropical storm force winds, any sort of center of circulation, any of that moving anywhere near there. Maybe some rain, maybe an outer band. I'm not going to rule out anything out of the influence, but there's not going to be any sort of major impacts as a result of this storm. So, dangerous situation continues to unfold in Madagascar, but this will not be striking South Africa.
Yeah, so there was at least a little bit of time where we thought that maybe this storm might come close to the mainland African coast. However, that's pretty much water under the bridge at this point. Global models are pretty much all forecasting this storm's going to move out to sea. There's still a couple of outliers in the ensembles that still bring it close to Africa, so I wouldn't say that they're 100% completely out of the woods. But as of this time, with the way that the cones are, you guys are completely out of the cone of uncertainty. The tropical storm force wind should remain well offshore. Of course, if you're a beach goer in Zimbabwe or South Africa, you will be experiencing significant rip currents from this tropical cyclone, so definitely forego any trips to the beach that you might have over the next couple of days, because the rip currents and the waves are going to definitely be significant from this tropical cyclone. But other than that, I expect just rip currents and beach erosion to be the most significant concerns for the eastern coast of mainland Africa at this time.
Yeah, and as we take a look here, a new satellite image has just come in. This is as of 15 past, and you can see here rather clearly that eye now well on shore. Morosangi now well within what is likely the eye of the storm. The center of the eye now not far from shore at all, just 7 kilometers. So we're nearly at landfall, folks. This thing is coming to landfall very quickly. We'll likely be calling landfall here very soon. Likely landfall has already occurred, but we don't have that satellite just yet. So we'll see here in about 15 minutes time what exactly is going on with that. But this is going to be this landfall. It's coming up soon. It's coming up soon. We'll see when it happens. We have a variety of satellite images courtesy of Nathan Foy himself. And we also have one there from Havoc. If we take a look here at the ones from Nathan, this is the latest one from Nathan. You can see that latest frame, the eye very close to the middle there. Not quite, but you can see there we're getting close to landfall. And then you can see here another image. This is the last visible image that he could get. Beautiful looking storm there. So there's the latest. There's the latest visible that we could see. And then there's an image from Havoc as well. We continue to see this dangerous storm moving in very close to landfall. Very close to landfall. We'll see here when exactly that call does need to be made. But we're not quite there just yet. Although we could be relatively soon. So, and we're not calling landfall just yet, but we'll see here. I'm sure that that'll be coming up in not too long. The eye is beginning to close. That's clear in the latest frames. The eye is beginning to close up. It's beginning to look a bit more disheveled as this storm does continue its move onto land, and we're going to continue to see this storm deteriorate as it does move into land. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask us. Tag us at Force13. Someone asking, is the storm still intensifying? I think it was a little bit ago, but now with the eye really beginning to get more ragged, despite the fact that convection may look a little bit better, I'm not sure. I think it's holding, if not just now beginning to weaken. Regardless.
Yeah, it seems like that's about the case.
And I was just going to say, regardless of that, though, it's not going to change the impacts for people at landfall here. Still, devastating rains, storm surge, and to me, it also looks like we're still going to be seeing those potent winds. Even if it starts to weaken now, it's not going to be fast enough to see those winds really dial down. So unfortunately, still major hurricane equivalent winds moving in here. Major cyclone winds over 100 knots, 1 minute. Over, I believe that would be 90 knot, 10 minute. And let me just get the kilometers per hour here. 165 kilometers per hour according to Meteo France. Pressure 945 millibars. That's what we're looking at right now as this dangerous storm continues its movement towards land. We're going to get a new satellite frame here in about 10 minutes time. We'll be seeing if landfall does come up. We are on the cusp of it as this dangerous storm does continue to intensify. Someone asking, can this thing regain strength and hit South Africa? We've already answered this will not be hitting South Africa, but when it comes to regaining strength, it's unlikely at this time that it's going to strengthen much, but we are expecting it to strengthen a little bit. Meteo France expecting this to weaken down to 45 miles per hour before re-strengthening to about 50 miles per hour. And 50 mile per hour, 1 minute, that's about, okay, that's 45 knots. It's about 40 knot, 10 minute. And let me just get a conversion here for you real quick. That's going to be about 75 kilometers an hour. So those winds, those are potent, but they're not going to be hitting any land masses beyond Madagascar, any highly populated land masses. So this thing's going to recurve out to sea. We have high confidence in that. No real issues thereafter. But right now, we're continuing to look at what will be a devastating storm currently moving into Madagascar. Devastating impact, stage 7 on the Cyclone Destruction Potential Scale with scarily balanced threats. We've been talking about it all night tonight. We're looking at a storm that currently has devastating storm surge. Wave heights over 15 meters here, over 1 meter of storm surge according to Meteo France. We believe that could be higher. Wind speeds of at least 115 miles per hour, 165 kilometers per hour. We have all but proof that that's stronger as well. And of course, the rainfall is going to be devastating, over 500 millimeters in localized areas according to Meteo France, 100 millimeters likely for flatlands, 300 millimeters likely for the mountainous regions, over 500 millimeters likely in localized areas, and we believe that could also be even higher at this time. So this is extremely dangerous on all three fronts. It's very balanced, and unfortunately this triple threat, that's what gives it such a high rating on the CDPS scale. Devin, I know you've been watching this intently, the CDPS scale. It's been something made for a long time. What exactly does a stage 7 mean?
So, yes, so I don't necessarily pay much attention to the actual stage itself because it's really a damage prediction scale. That's the main reason behind it, but there are certainly grades that I like to assign to it, and I assign it on a 1 to 10 basis. And a stage 7 means out of the database that I have of all of the reliable landfalls that I have in the Atlantic and East Pacific, and the database goes back to 1988 for the Atlantic, 2001 for the East Pacific, with the data that I'm able to acquire from either the National Hurricane Center or for the RAM-B Extended Best Track. And basically what goes on is I use the size data, wind data, and the official rainfall totals to determine what the CDPS rating was officially. And then I created the tiers based off of percentiles. If you are a stage 7, you are within the top 20% of all landfalls. And this particular storm is a very upper echelon stage 7. So we're talking, this is better than 88% of all storms that have made landfall somewhere in the Atlantic between 1988 and the current. So considering that, it is a very upper echelon threat. Very few storms compare to it. Like I said, probably the best comparison, and it's honestly a pretty weak comparison at this point, the best significant U.S. landfall comparison would be Hurricane Jeanne of 2004. Less good ones are Rita 2005 and Hugo of 88 into Puerto Rico, not the South Carolina landfall, but the Puerto Rico landfall, which doesn't exactly invoke too many memories, so there's that. But yeah, that's basically what we have here, is a storm that is almost certainly is going to be putting up some devastation that is going to be coming from all three forms, whether if it's coastal flooding, whether if it's from destructive winds, or whether if it's from inland flooding, mudslides, etc. Just a really, really unfortunate triple threat of just bad news coming with this cyclone.
Absolutely, and we're going to be, speaking of news that's going to be less than pleasant, we're going to be seeing here in about 5 minutes or so whether the storm did make landfall at the half-hour mark. We're going to be getting that half-hour mark Meteosat frame, and then we're going to get a good idea of whether the storm has made landfall. We'll be making the call right here on Force 13 as to whether it did or not, so you'll know as soon as we know when the storm does make landfall. But again, that storm has to be halfway between the landmass as well as the water. So we're going to be doing the analysis live on the air. You'll be able to see us do it, and as soon as we call it, you'll know as well. So that's how this is going to work out. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that in regards to this storm, please ask us. That's why we're here. That's what we're here to do. We're here to make sure that you guys are as safe as possible. You're as informed as you can be. So please ask questions. Tag us at Force13US. It's the @ symbol, then Force13 all in text. And Force13 Main, not Force13 US. I apologize. I do a lot of stuff over there on the US channel, so that's out of habit. But just at Force13, if you do that, we will be able to answer your questions. So please do that if you have any questions. You can see that the convection becoming more robust on this storm with time, but the eye becoming more ragged. I'd have to think that the reason why the convection is becoming more robust is just because that mountainous terrain is allowing all that air to get lifted up, and so instead of that air going straight left to right or right to left, you're getting it moving upward. So I think despite the fact that the cloud tops are getting higher, the winds are getting disrupted, especially on the northern side right now. So that's definitely something to acknowledge.
Yep, that's pretty much what we're seeing right now. No doubt about it.
Yeah, but unfortunately that also means that you're getting a bunch of moisture getting lifted up, and that means that the rain's going to end up being heavier as well. So again, we've been talking about it all morning, but big-time rainfall, big-time strong winds, big-time storm surge. We're likely seeing devastating storm surge heading into Manajari right now. Marosangi, you're just outside. You're probably in the eye right now. If you're in the eye and you can still hear us, make sure that you are not coming out of that sheltered area. And anyone that's in the path of this, if you end up being in the eye in a period of calm, make sure that you are remaining in your shelter for an extended period of time. Some of you might ask, well, how do I know if it's the eye or whether the storm's over if I don't come out of my shelter? The most reasonable way to do that, personally, I'd say, wait an hour. Wait about an hour. If things don't pick back up in about an hour's time, you're pretty safe.
Well, there's a much easier way to tell, is that if you're getting very, very intense winds, and then all of a sudden the winds very rapidly die down, that will let you know that you're in the eye. Because that's not going to happen on the back side of the storm. It's going to be just like on the front side of the storm, it's going to be a gradual increase of winds to a crescendo. On the back side of the storm, it's going to be the same thing. It's going to be it's just you're starting at the top, and it'll be a very gradual decrease in the winds. But if you get a increase in the winds and then a very sharp decrease to calm conditions, you're within the eye of the storm.
Absolutely, and that's about what it looks like is about to happen for Marosangi at this time. New satellite frame will be coming in any moment now. We're currently looking at things currently 7:46 Eastern African time, and we're continuing to look at what will end up being a catastrophic landfall happening any minute now, as big time rain, big time wind, and big time storm surge continue to batter the coastline. So this is a very serious situation that's currently coming in for this area. We've been monitoring it for a while now, and we're going to continue to monitor it with time here. I do want to pull up here real quick something we haven't pulled up in a little bit. That's going to be the rain accumulations expected from this. This is courtesy of the European model. I believe this has the best grip on the storm. So Marosangi, which is currently about to get direct hit from this, 228 millimeters according to this, so anywhere I'd say from about 220 to 240 millimeters, and that margin of error could be a bit bigger, but I'd say maybe, let's say reasonably, 200 to 250. Manajari are at about 200 millimeters. As we head north, about 200 millimeters. In the most mountainous regions there, well over 400 millimeters. And again, Meteo France showing locally 500 millimeters. Current expectations, 100 millimeters on flatlands, 300 millimeters in higher regions, and 500 millimeters in local peaks. And again, we believe that that could get a bit higher with time as this serious storm continues to move in and on through. We're going to be seeing if we do have a new image here any minute now, and when we do get that new image, we'll be sure to let you know. And if we do have landfall, again, we'll be sure
I'd also like
to let you know.
Add that regarding rainfall, let me see. Manajari already has recorded 230 millimeters as of 12 UTC, which means it's 3 p.m. Eastern African time. It has a 6-hour precipitation total of 230 millimeters. So I believe as it is just due 12 UTC, the latest data hasn't come out yet. Have to wait for 18Z. I'll say those forecasts will all be lower than actual, given that what it had happened based on the records on the ground.
Yeah, and I mean, right now we're seeing some rainfall rates there in the more mountainous regions, according to the hydro estimator. This is satellite-based, but it's still serious, over 140 millimeters an hour in some spots there on the northern side. So I think that confirms our suspicions of the big-time rain that's occurring there. As we continue to look at things, we do have the new satellite frame that's come in as of 30 past, and you can see the eyes right there, but that's not a landfall just yet. But this is getting really close, folks. This could be a landfall in short order. It could be making landfall right now. We don't know just yet whether the storm has made landfall. We're going to know within the next 15 minutes if it's doing so right now. But as of a little bit ago, the storm was just offshore. Just offshore. So as of about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, the storm just offshore, probably meaning that it's making landfall if it hasn't already right now. Can't call it yet until the satellite image comes in, but this dangerous storm continues to track, and we're fairly certain at this point that we're looking at a storm that's probably made landfall. All right. With that being said, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, please feel free to ask us, and we'll be more than glad to answer them. Just tag us at Force13, all in text. We'll be more than glad to answer your questions there. As the storm continues to move in, again, 3 major threats are going to be storm surge, heavy rainfall, and strong winds. ANOSY Varaka currently in the worst of the rainfall, the worst of the storm surge, likely and Manajari, and it looks like the worst of the winds right in that eye wall, Marosangi, at this time. The eye continuing to close up with time, the storm continuing to get more robust with time. Serious situation continuing to unfold there. But yeah, with that being said, here we are, and as we take a look again, let's go over what the Meteo France, the latest Meteo France bulletin has. So with that, let's see. Firstly, again, the current wind speed, 165 kilometers per hour, according to Meteo France. Pressure of 945 millibars, landing it as a Category 3 on the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale. Currently, the radius of tropical storm force winds is 260 kilometers to the northeast, 335 kilometers to the southeast, 280 kilometers to the southwest, and 175 kilometers to the northwest. The storm currently is expected to have the following impacts on Madagascar. Meteo France saying that Batsirai is a very dangerous cyclone for the east coast of Madagascar, with a landfall expected in the next few hours as an intense tropical cyclone over the Nitovi region near ANOSY Varaka and north of Manduri at the time of landing. Extreme and destructive wind gusts up to 200 kilometers per hour and higher are likely in the impact area. Waves related to the cyclonic swell are expected to reach heights of 10 to 15 meters, and surge of over 1 meter is likely near and south of the landing area, with significant coastal flooding in the Manduri area and south of the impact zone. The rainfall expected during the crossing of the island should be in the order of 100 millimeters in 24 hours in general over part of the southern half of Madagascar, but with amounts of the order of 300 to 500 millimeters on the highlands located very near the impact point. Populations concerned are invited to be very careful and to follow the instructions of the local authorities. Speaking of the local authorities, that would be Meteo Madagascar. Meteo Madagascar currently having a red alert in place at this time for much of Madagascar. You can see it on the map there very clearly. And then we also have yellow alerts on the back end of this. So, with Meteo Madagascar, here's what those alerts mean. We'll be going over the yellow alerts and the red alerts today, as those are the ones in particular that matter. Those are the ones in particular that are currently in place. Yellow alerts. A yellow alert means that you have about 1 to 2 days before impact. The cyclone threatens the locality. Danger is not immediate. Local authorities will take measures they deem useful. You should be staying safe and informed. Force 13, a great way to do that. The threat notice may be very short or even non-existent. I should note that you should still be following your local officials. We do not give updates on what the local officials are saying. We just give updates on the impact potential of the storm and where it's headed. When it comes to preparations, always refer to your local officials. Actions to take according to Meteo Madagascar if in the yellow alert: listen constantly to radio and television news, abandon waterfront houses, go to a safe place. If a house is not, stock up enough for a few days, that's going to be food and water, cease all maritime activities, place livestock in a safe place, and bring canoes back to the mainland. More than well. Red alert means that you are 12 hours before the impact of a tropical cyclone. The cyclone threatens the locality in the short term, and its effects constitute the danger for the population. The phenomenon foreseen in the immediate future is going to occur in the immediate future or is in progress. You should stay in shelter of your home. Do not drive around. Keep yourself informed. Do not leave your home. That is extremely important. Absolute vigilance is required. Keep yourself regularly informed of weather developments and comply scrupulously with the advice and instructions issued by the local authorities. Actions to take: cease all activity. Always keep up with the date and the latest weather information. Switch off the electric current. Be careful and don't go out. Be aware of the apparent calm during the passage of the eye of the cyclone, and stay inside a safe building. We've been talking about this for a while. When the eye of the storm moves over, you're not out of it. You shouldn't be moving out of your shelter. Still an extremely dangerous situation. Again, you're going to know that by the rapid shift from extremely strong winds to a sudden calm. Then wave 2 will move in, and then things will begin to move out. But that's what you got from the local authorities. You can see on the graphic there who's in the red alert, who is in the yellow alert. Again, Antananarivo, the capital of Madagascar, within that red alert. Devastating damage likely to take place there. Again, stage 7 on the CDPS scale. That means catastrophic damage is possible, as again, we are expecting a landfall with winds of at least 115 miles per hour, 165 kilometers per hour, storm surge of at least 1 meter, and rainfall of at least 500 millimeters. All right, well, someone is asking, what is the conversion for 500 millimeters of rain? That's about, I believe, 15, 16 inches. About 200 millimeters of rain, that's about 8 inches. So, yeah, if you do about 500, that's going to be, I don't know, like 20 inches, 18, 19 inches?
20 inches.
20 inches.
20 inches.
20 inches, yeah. There you go. Yeah, I keep on getting it mixed up. So, basically, the way that you can convert it is 4 inches of rain is about 100 millimeters, approximately. So that's how you can get a good idea of converting that kind of stuff. Someone asking, what is the red area of the storm? If we're talking about in terms of cyclone alerts, that's where immediate impacts are anticipated within the next 12 hours or so. If you're talking about here on the infrared imagery, that's where the satellite, we have these satellites that look down on these storms, and that's where you're getting this beam that bounces off and measures the temperature of the storm. That's where the coldest temperatures are, which means that's where the strongest updrafts are, which means that's where the strongest storms are, the most intense parts of the tropical cyclone. So basically the red parts are where it's more intense. It's not as much an indicator of wind speed as it is the potential for rain. But that's what we're looking at right now. The strongest winds are likely on the southern side of this, as that's moving in the same direction as the storm. So you're likely seeing the strongest winds, those major hurricane equivalent winds, on the southern side at this time. Another question, what will happen to the storm after landfall? To the team, what's going to happen here?
Well, what's going to happen is that this storm is going to quickly run into the mountainous regions of Madagascar and very rapidly weaken. Mountains very typically disturb the energy, specifically the rotational energy that goes into these tropical cyclones, and it'll just completely disrupt and destroy the core of the storm entirely. So it is going to weaken very rapidly as it moves ashore. I believe Meteo France has it going all the way down to 85 kilometers per hour in just 12 hours. So it's going to weaken very, very, very rapidly. As that happens, it's expected to dump major to extreme amounts of rainfall over inland Madagascar, with some areas expected to receive up to and potentially in excess of 1/2 of a meter of rain. In mountainous areas with uplift, you could easily see rainfall totals exceeding that. As the storm continues to move towards the west coast of the island, it will keep its 65 kilometer per hour plus winds throughout its entire duration. However, the significant winds going in excess of 100 kilometers per hour should die off rather quickly with the core. That does not mean that the danger is going to be over with the storm, of course, because of the significant inland flooding threat, and mudslides are going to be an absolutely massive issue in mountainous areas. This storm will re-emerge over the strait, and it will stall for a little bit, potentially re-intensify into a cyclone before turning to the south and completely missing the east coast of Africa. That's at least the plan as of right now. Right now, the east coast of Africa, Zimbabwe, and South Africa are only expected to get high rip currents and some minor beach erosion from this storm, which could definitely still be a concern. Definitely don't go to the beach over the next couple of days if you're in either of those countries due to the rip current threat. But as of right now, we're not expecting any direct impacts from Batsirai onto Zimbabwe and South Africa at this time.
And that's the current thought process. We have another question here. What is 145 miles per hour to kilometers per hour? I can just let you know right now that 145 miles per hour is about 235 kilometers per hour. So that should hopefully be of use to you. Someone else asking, will Batsirai be a high-end tropical storm or low-end tropical cyclone when it moves off? It's going to be, I think, a low-end tropical storm. I don't even...
Yeah. It might not even be a tropical storm by the time it moves off the island.
No,
it's going to
kind of
weaken
aggressive.
very quickly.
It is going to weaken extremely fast. We are now watching like a hawk for new satellite imagery, as that is poised to come in at any moment now. And we'll see if we can call landfall here. Any moment now, we'll be able to call landfall with this storm, as it does continue its movement into Madagascar. And again, the major place that we're currently looking at, Marosangi, currently the major place that we're looking at where we believe that landfall is going to take place as this storm, this major cyclone, Category 3, does move in. Again, a Stage 7 on the Cyclone Destruction Potential Scale. See if we have any other questions. If you have any questions, you can ask us. Tag us at Force13, all in text. That's at symbol Force13, and we'll be more than glad to answer your questions as we do continue through this stream. It does look as if this storm is going to be making landfall at any moment now, and as we do get as we are watching like a hawk for the new image, we do have a question that's just come in. Is there the possibility of tornadoes from Batsirai? The general thought here is, you know, technically yes, with every tropical cyclone you get the possibility of tornadoes, but I do want to make it very clear that the wind speeds are going to be strong enough as it is that I don't anticipate, especially if you have any tornadoes there in the inner part, that they're going to do much more damage than the winds are already doing. Regardless, you should already be sheltered. If you're in the outer bands, these spin-ups do happen from time to time, but given the more mountainous nature of Madagascar, I don't anticipate those outer bands are going to be as capable of producing tornadoes as you would have them in the United States. Here we go. The latest frame has just come in. We can see it rather clearly there. To the team, that looks really close. That looks really, really close to a landfall there. What do we think? Do we think it's made it halfway? We're just gonna...
I think that if it hasn't made it halfway yet, it'll be there within the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. I think by quarter past the hour, I think we can safely call landfall.
Yeah, we've got 4...
Given that there's a like 15-minute delay on the imagery, we can safely call that it's a landfall right now.
Yeah, the storm has made landfall. We haven't seen it on the imagery yet. Just did a half and a half there. 14 kilometers on one side, 19 on the ocean side. So technically, we haven't seen it on the imagery yet, but it's close. It's really close.
Because the eye is becomes more red, and it starts to contract starting from the western side. So, yeah. It may be a bit of the error as it becomes more red. So I just make it according to the warmest eye temp to measure that at the center.
And the warmest eye temperature there just offshore, they're -9 Celsius. So
-5.6.
-5.6 is what you have, and where'd you find that?
At the pier.
There we go. Yeah, I'm seeing the warmest eye temperature just offshore. Is that what you're seeing as well?
Right at the coast. Yeah,
Right
somewhere here, a bit up here, yeah. And there is a touch of Sanfango and a bit of satellite delay. Pretty safe to call level right now. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the landfall.
Pretty much there's no.
Yeah, we can pretty much say that the storm has probably made landfall at this point. We just haven't had the image yet, but of course, when the image does come in, we'll be breaking that.
Yeah. pretty much it is already pretty safe.
Yeah, at this point. So,
yeah,
really close here. We're going to continue to monitor this storm, but that's what we're looking at right now. So we're about to find out whether this has made landfall. Some internal discussion currently taking place. We will have a landfall call here within the next minute or two.
Either which way, whether if landfall has happened or not, what we can definitely tell you is that the threat is certainly not over with the landfall. Only one half of the storm is passed. Yep. So once we end up calling landfall, there only one half the storm's passed. We've got another half that we need to go through.
That is for sure. As we look at things, looking at the internal discussion, we do have some breaking news that's just come in here. And with that, major news, Force 13 now calling the landfall of Cyclone Batsirai, making landfall, hitting land here just to the east of Marosangi. So, just to the east of Marosangi, the storm has made landfall, and we are expecting it to continue to move inland. The landfall has occurred likely as of nearly top of the hour. So, major landfall has just occurred. Major hurricane, 115 miles per hour, 945 millibars, major cyclone. That's the current estimate, although in post-analysis, Force 13 will obviously be doing its own estimates on what exactly the landfall looked like. Could have perhaps been a little bit stronger. The storm has made landfall. We're going to continue to be on the air for the remainder of this hour, the next 50 minutes or so, and then we're going to have a video update that does come out talking about this storm as the landfall has occurred. So, dangerous situation currently taking place. Again, the landfall has just occurred. Devastating landfall, stage 7 on the Cyclone Destruction Potential Scale. Christian, you're joining us now. I know that you've been watching this closely. What are your thoughts on the storm right now? It's just made landfall. It's just moving inland.
Well, it's, like you said, Category 3, Stage 7 impacts, and again, this system, even though the threat is not over, you still got the other half of the eye wall to come on shore. But yeah, you should be sheltered and have the relevant stock needed to basically keep going. I don't even know how to say that. But yeah, the threat is not over. Like Thomas was saying, Category 3, CDPS Stage 7, which means catastrophic damage is possible. You need to be prepared. You need to be in your safe place, and make sure you have plenty of supplies.
There you go, and Marosangi likely within the eye right now. Mananjari on the southern side still continuing to get battered. Nasi Varlaka on the northern side there likely getting battered as well. Extremely dangerous situation continues to take place as the storm has now made landfall, about to move over Marosangi at this time. The eye looking more ragged, the storm still wreaking havoc on Madagascar. A catastrophic blow delivered after the one that Cyclone Ana gave it not too long ago. So, devastating situation, dangerous situation. We're continuing to monitor the storm post-landfall now, and with that being said, we're going to continue to be here for the next hour taking your questions. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please ask them as the storm is moving inland. We're going to continue to go over the impacts and what exactly to expect with it. The first question being, will the wind field of Batsirai affect any part of Africa? I'd assume you're talking about the main continent, as obviously it is over Madagascar. But when it comes to the mainland of Africa, no tropical storm force winds are expected to impact the mainland of Africa. The storm is expected to recurve out to sea well before that could happen. See what else we have here. Again, if you have any questions, you can tag us at Force13, all in text, and we'll be more than glad to answer them as Madagascar has just received a catastrophic blow. Let's take a look at the latest cone here. This is courtesy of Meteo France, and you can see here rather clearly, storm now making landfall, so it's right about here. It's expected to move on through, weaken to about 60 miles per hour at first, and weaken to 45. This is our own cone based on Meteo France. And then you can see they're re-strengthening gradually over water before becoming a post-tropical cyclone. Dangerous situation, something that continues to move on through. And that rainfall factor, that's going to be the major one for folks inland. You know, a lot of folks inland, they're seeing the tropical storm icon there over inland. But that's no joke. That's still going to be devastating rainfall. And as we look at the total rainfall, this is courtesy of the European model, you can see here rather clearly that we're going to be getting areas of well over 400 millimeters of rain in the most mountainous regions. Meteo France predicting over 500 millimeters of rain locally. So it's not like the threat just goes away because the storm has a lower Saffir-Simpson rating. There is still absolutely the flooding threat for sure for inland areas. Unfortunately, we don't have any Doppler radar here for Madagascar, so we're not able to actually look at the radar as this storm moves in, but we do have satellite and we do have some surface observations. Kenneth, I know you've been watching those closely. Do we have any new data since a good while ago?
Unfortunately, all those are updated per each 3 hours. So the last report's already 15 UTC, but I can also now reiterate what happened. What was the latest observation at 15 UTC? So at 15 UTC, which is 2 hours ago, Manjari has recorded a mean 10-minute winds of 166.8 kilometers per hour, with some rain. No, I'm reiterating the data.
Okay.
Yeah, it had the winds of 166.8 kilometers per hour at 15 UTC 12 hours, 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago, with probably higher gust. It's currently weakening a bit. Let's see if there are new data an hour later. Yeah, the new data will be out 1 hour later.
All right, and we'll definitely have to see. We'll definitely have to see what exactly that data says. We might be off the air by the time that happens. We're going to be going off the air at top of the next hour. That's going to be 9 p.m. Eastern African time, and at that time, we're going to be looking at we're going to be looking at a video update that comes out shortly after that. We also have a situation report that's coming out on our Twitter account as we speak, giving you the latest information on this storm as it does move inland. We have a couple of questions here. What do you guys personally think the max winds are with this right now? I think that 115 miles an hour isn't far off. If I were making the estimate, I'd probably say 120 miles an hour, their whereabouts, which I believe would be about 175 kilometers per hour.
175 says convert 10 minutes for 120, yes. Somewhere 170, 175, yeah, depending on the ratio. I personally will say it is 125 like 2 to 3 hours before, and now it's 120 miles at the made landfall. And pressure around 950 to 955, I'd say.
That's the personal estimate. Again, officially 115 miles per hour, 945 millibars.
Yeah.
But I think that's fair. Devin, do you have any real disagreements with that?
You said 950 millibars?
That's what Kenneth's thinking.
I'll need to see what the stations are saying. That seems pretty high for this. I would expect it to be into the 940s, but we'll see what stations end up saying. This storm is massive, so I'd expect even a Cat 3 to be in the 940s.
Yeah, we'll process those surface data in our process analysis, and yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we got right now. Again, a serious situation continuing to unfold as the storm does make landfall. And the storm making landfall at about 20.8 degrees south, 48.5 degrees east. So that's the current estimated landfall position. From us here, this is really the only thing that we do ourselves at this point, just because there's no landfall bulletin. But we have called there that devastating landfall that has taken place. And we're going to have a new image here coming in shortly. We'll be seeing this moving well ashore. Still a dangerous situation. One person asking, what does 400 millimeters of rain mean in inches? That's 16 inches of rain.
Basically, a lot of rain.
That is, in fact, the case, yeah. Every 100 millimeters of rain is about 4 inches. That's the way that you can make those conversions there.
Roughly.
Roughly. No, it's not exactly, but close. It's pretty close. So, there we go. Again, extremely dangerous situation continuing to unfold there as a catastrophic landfall has just been made in Madagascar. There we go. Again, extremely dangerous situation remains there as this storm continues to move inland. And again, we're going to be getting a new image very shortly here. It'll give us a good idea of where exactly the storm is. Alright, with that being said, if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please ask them. Just tag us at Force13. We have a couple of questions that have come in. The first one saying, do you guys think the storm has a stadium effect? I have no clue.
Not much of one, honestly, when I look at visible imagery. I mean, there's one there, but it's not terribly pronounced.
It's more pronounced for the true peak at around 145.50 miles per hour. That true peak,
Yeah,
it has
let's just say that there's certainly better examples of a stadium effect.
Yes. Something like Menace is the true example. It's a textbook stadium effect.
That's for sure. Let's continue to take a look at things. Someone asking, is Antananarivo in the path of this cyclone? You're not going to be getting the maximum winds. You're not going to be getting the wind threat of this. You're also not going to be getting the surge threat since you're not along the coast. But the rainfall threat still does hold for you, and you still could get some tropical storm force winds, some decently strong winds. If we look here at Antananarivo, in terms of the rainfall potential, getting a good consensus here, the general consensus is that you're going to get about 50 millimeters according to the European model, 20 to 25 there from the ICON and the GFS. I would be preparing as if you're going to be getting about 50 millimeters of rain, 40 to 50 millimeters of rain, personally, if I were up there in Antananarivo, but I'm not expecting anything too crazy right now. You are in a red alert according to the Madagascar officials there, though, so I would still suggest taking those precautions, staying indoors, making sure you're sheltered, making sure you're staying safe, since those are, in fact, in place, that red alert, but I'm not anticipating that you're going to be walking out to any impacts that are terribly bad. But still, please make sure you're listening to those official instructions, as who knows, just one pop-up thunderstorm could completely blow that out of the water and cause significant flooding. Just one major convection burst could change all of that. Someone asking, do you think there's any blue sky in the eye? If the sun was out, I would think definitely. But yeah, the night sky, you're definitely going to be able to see that through the eye as it does move ashore. It does look like we have gotten, I think we're getting pretty close to getting another frame here out of the satellite. We'll see here. We haven't gotten that frame just yet.
And we also have a Furia in the stream right now.
Hello, Furia. Welcome to the stream. Batsirai has just made landfall, and we are continuing to monitor it. We're continuing to monitor it.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
It's either onshore now or just briefly brushing it right now. It seems like landfall is just to the north of Menace and then south of Mbahe right now, at least in regards to major cities. That's what it's looking like right now. We're calling landfall?
Yeah, landfall has happened.
Alright.
The center of the eye is definitely ashore.
Okay. I'm just trying to get
Yep.
it pulled up for myself. I can't find it.
Yeah, there we go. And again, there it is. Dangerous situation as landfall has happened. And we're seeing right now there the satellite imagery. This is our latest situation report made courtesy of Walter. You can see right there 945 millibars, 115 miles an hour. This thing was at 20.8 degrees south, 48.5 degrees east, and it made landfall in Andromeda, Madagascar. So that's what we're looking at right there. And again, seek Meteo France for official info. Again, it's Emina Madagascar there. I apologize if I did butcher the name.
Has anyone mentioned about it displacing 150,000 people in Madagascar, potentially?
Yes. Like, we've been hammering home how destructive this storm can be. Absolutely. We've been really, really hammering it home.
That we have.
We've really been doing a good job with it, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I see it right here. Yeah, the eye's ashore now. It's...
Yep. The eye is now ashore, so dangerous situation continuing to happen. But, you know, that's how this goes sometimes, unfortunately, and this is just one of those catastrophic landfalls that we see. You can see now the eye most certainly ashore in the latest image. That's as of top of the hour. We have some questions that have come in. Are gale force winds possible in South Africa?
Very much not likely. Very much not likely.
Yeah, the track of this thing is that it's going to go through Madagascar as it is going right now, and then it's going to curve around and go down south towards Antarctica. That's the plan of this storm. So that's exactly what this storm's planning on doing. I'm thankful, at least, that this isn't going on what we thought was going to happen a couple days ago, where we thought it was going to impact some parts of Mozambique, but it seems like that this thing's going to turn its way back to sea, and that's definitely the best case scenario here.
Yeah, certainly. That is for sure. Dangerous situation continuing to unfold. But yeah, no, South Africa not expected to receive tropical storm force winds at this time.
You'll get some high rip currents, though, I would expect.
Oh, you could get some, but the winds aren't going to be that strong, so I'm not even sure about that at this point. Someone asking, what is the diameter of the eye? We're going to get that for you right now. The eye is a bit elliptical, so we're going to take it from the longest point that we can here. This is in kilometers. You're getting it about 39 kilometers wide right now. But that eye is wobbly, that eye is elliptical, it's being a bit erratic. Someone else asking, how many more storms are likely to form in the southern Indian Ocean? That's a good question. I don't know if we have anyone in here with seasonal predictions, but I know that we're going to get at least a few more, as models are already picking up on signs that we're going to get a couple more later this week. So definitely something of that nature is going to happen. We're going to get some sort of additional storms in the southwest Indian Ocean, but I don't have anything exactly.
Yeah, and just looking at this storm, it's definitely been interesting to watch, especially because we thought it was going to intensify way further on in its life, and then it just kind of stagnated. And over the past 72 hours, it just like snap of the fingers. I can't snap my fingers, but just like a snap of the fingers, it blew up like we thought it was going to earlier, and it's impacting hundreds of thousands of people in Madagascar. And this goes from all of us on the team, and I'm pretty sure everyone has sort of already said this over and over again. Our thoughts and prayers go for those who are currently being affected by this storm. And we hope for the best for everyone who's being affected by this.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Someone asking, do we think the eye has fully clouded yet? I doubt it.
No. It hasn't.
Definitely not. Definitely not. If the eye is fully clouded over, we would see that evidently on satellite, and clearly that has not happened.
No.
It's clouding out in some. It's slowly starting to cloud out, but I wouldn't even say it's clouding out yet. Give it a couple hours or so, and then it'll probably start clouding over. How long after landfall do you typically see that happen with a storm of this strength?
It really depends on what the land is. This is going to be very mountainous, so I fully anticipate that this eye is going to collapse pretty quick. I think within the next hour it's going to be pretty much gone, if not close. If not within the next hour, it'll definitely be gone within the next 2. It's already beginning to close up here, so I really don't see this eye really being around for too much longer at all. If this were a more Ida-esque situation where you had those marshlands, that eye could last for quite a while. I know Ida's eye lasted for a remarkably long time, but no, this storm's eye will cloud over within the next couple hours.
Yeah, and as we hit near the half-hour mark, for those just tuning in, severe tropical cyclone Batsirai has made landfall in Madagascar. As a strong, what we would consider in the northern basins a major hurricane equivalent storm, just to the south, or in the middle of the east coast of Madagascar, expected to travel over the mountainous terrain and then eventually curve its way back out to sea towards Antarctica.
Yep.
And so, if there's any good, I said it earlier today, but models were wanting this to go into most parts of Mozambique earlier this week. We don't expect that to happen. And so there is some shed of good news in regards to the future of this system. And we just got, if you possibly want to talk about what Rishi sent, and
yeah, so this is so we do have some new data coming in here, although because the storm is over land, it doesn't really work anymore. But this is called the Advanced Dvorak technique. It's currently showing that this storm was probably a bit stronger than the 115 mile an hour estimate. We've been talking about that a little bit, that this could have been a bit stronger at landfall. Personally, we have a consensus on the team. It was probably about 120 miles an hour when it made landfall here. So we'll see what ends up happening with it, but we'll see what reanalysis finds. But for now, our landfall bulletin, 115 miles per hour with a minimum central pressure, 945 millibars. Again, that might be corrected in post-analysis.
All right, and I quickly want to go over the future of the storm as well while we are talking about this. So right now, 6 hours from now, it's going to be located over the middle of, I'd say, mid-central Madagascar. It will be currently right now, 6 hours from now, expected to be a minimum tropical storm with winds of 40 miles per hour. It's going to leave the coast as a with the strength of a tropical depression with 35 miles per hour, and then it's going to curve its way out to sea. Expected to regain tropical storm intensity, but it's not going to be for long as it goes its way and starts, because it's going to be an absolute jumbled mess after it leaves the mountainous terrain, because these mountains are going to screw this thing up for big time.
Should be noted that is using 10-minute winds. It will actually hold the line as a tropical storm, according to Meteo France, throughout the entirety of its life as it moves through. But it will get pretty close to minimal tropical storm in about a day's time, before it does begin to re-strengthen.
Yeah, I was going over, I think it was based on NOAA's, estimates, I think.
Well, regardless of that, we're looking at a storm that's going to weaken considerably. Mid-range tropical storm here, probably in about 8 hours' time. And then we're going to be seeing a low-end tropical storm as this moves off the coast before becoming a remnant low post-tropical cyclone and moving out to sea.
Right, and I, looking at this right now, I'm just,
It's not a good situation, to say the very least, and the storm continuing its march overland, inland at this time. Let's see, to the team, do we have any new information, new news regarding the storm? I know that it did get that solid ring of -60s right before it made landfall. It definitely was. It looks like, unfortunately, intensifying upon landfall, at least a little bit, in terms of its structure. But we'll see what we do end up finding out of there. To the team, again, any new news at this time?
that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Looks like we don't have too much. That could either be good news or that could be really bad news. We already know that Manajari is getting slammed, Sangi's getting slammed, places like that. Nusifikira, Varika getting slammed there as well, as this dangerous situation does continue to move on through. Let's go over the Meteo France bulletin real quick. We've gone over it a few times this stream. Never a bad thing to go over it again for our new viewers. Currently, Meteo France has this storm with winds of 165 kilometers per hour and a pressure of 945 millibars, with tropical storm force winds extending out 460 miles to the northeast, 335 kilometers to the southeast, 280 kilometers to the southwest, and 175 kilometers to the northwest. Storm is currently expected to, as it moves out to sea, after moving inland, it's expected to weaken to a minimal tropical storm before re-strengthening briefly and then becoming a post-tropical cyclone. What are the real-world impacts for Madagascar going to be? Here is what they are. Currently, according to Meteo France, Batsirai is a very dangerous cyclone for the east coast of Madagascar. Landfall has occurred at this point, and we are expecting destructive wind gusts up to 200 kilometers per hour in and around the landfall zone. Waves related to the cyclonic swell are expected to reach heights of 10 to 15 meters, and surge of more than 1 meter is likely near and south of the landing area. We believe it'll be significantly more than 1 meter. Coastal flooding is expected in the Manajari area and south of the impact zone. Rainfall is expected to be around 100 millimeters in 24 hours over the flatlands of Madagascar, with amounts on the order of 300 to 500 millimeters on the highlands where the storm impacts. Again, locally 500 millimeters of rain possible. We believe that could be even higher in some spots. Populations concerned are invited to be very careful and follow the instructions of the local authorities. Here are the local authorities. This is what they're saying. We have a red cyclone alert in place for many areas here and a yellow one for others. If we take a look at the text here, we can see all the different areas that are in red alerts, yellow alerts, and no longer in alerts. So, as this dangerous situation continues to unfold, we have about the final half an hour that's currently happened at this time. So, there we go.
And I'm not sure. There is some footage of this at landfall, but I'm not sure. I'll give it to you, Thomas, to look at before I send it over to you, or before it's shown on stream, just to verify that this is footage from the storm. That's all right with you?
Yeah, there we go. We'll take a look at that real quick. If that is footage from the storm, we will send this out.
The one thing that is consistent with all news reports coming out of this is widespread damage is feared in Madagascar for this, and that is pretty much to be expected.
Yeah, that is indeed the case. And it does indeed look as if this is out of Madagascar. We will show this. My apologies. You just got to hear all kinds of wind. But there you go. To the viewers, you can see this is courtesy of Mr. Red Das Wetter. And you can see there rather clearly the Madagascar winds there. You can see their roofs getting blown off. Look at all that roof damage. My goodness. You can see all the damage.
Yeah, we were saying that the winds were going to be plenty strong enough to cause roof failures, and no surprise to hear about that.
No, so unfortunately we are seeing substantiated roof damage with this as it moves through. Unfortunately, dangerous situation continues and will continue for the next little while. It's currently 8:35 p.m. Eastern African Time. We're going to continue to cover this storm all the way until we do hit top of the hour, when a landfall update will be coming out shortly after that. Here we go. You can see now that Marasangi currently pretty much within the eye. It should be noted the eye is closing more rapidly than the storm can move into Marasangi, it looks like, on infrared. So this eye is probably going to be completely closed up in the next half an hour to 45 minutes if things do continue the way they're currently going. My goodness.
It seems like other weather agencies are declaring landfall now.
Yep. Let's see here. Has Meteo France called it?
I'm not sure, but I'm seeing it on satellite view on this image. I think this is from the Weather Channel. But yeah, you can see that eye, center of it, along the shore.
Yeah, there it is. We have that imagery up as well. You can see the eye there, right on shore.
And looking at the graphics, it does seem like it's from the Weather Channel.
Yep,
that is. Guess.
That is indeed from the Weather Channel. Can confirm that. But yeah, there we go. As this dangerous situation continues to unfold, we're going to continue to look at these things. Let's see, we have a variety of questions that have come in. Someone asking, are there any new areas of interest in the southern hemisphere? We can move off just ever so briefly. Invest 92P is a thing, and that invest is expected to move generally in the direction of Vanuatu and New Caledonia. So if we move over here, you can see this kind of strip of convection. That right there, that's expected to consolidate into something, kind of that freight train of moisture could consolidate into something. We also have the remnants of Tropical Storm Cliff. It is firing off some convection. Might still be tropical. We'll see how it is in post-analysis, but I believe that...
JTWC still has it as a tropical cyclone.
Yeah, I don't believe Meteo France does, though. No, Meteo France has it as a tropical depression, I believe, at this point. Yes, they have it as a depression, still with 40-mile-an-hour winds, though, but this is a very short-lived storm, to say the very least. And then, of course, we have Batsirai, which has moved over land. We'll be continuing to cover it for the next little while. We have more questions that have come in. Let's see. Are there going to be storm surges? Certainly. Over a meter of storm surge expected on the southern side, and I think we here can all agree that when you have 15 feet wave heights, a meter's not quite high enough. It's going to be a bit more than that.
Yeah, I will agree with you there. A meter is about roughly 3.5 feet, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yep.
Yeah.
Give or take. So, especially with this storm, I would say it's... I don't know exactly how much higher, but it's definitely a lot higher than just 1 meter.
At least 1 to 2 times higher, I would say. 3 meters pretty much something, a base estimate, I would say 2 to 3 is.
Yeah.
And it's very likely it is already happening in Madagascar. Something at the eye.
Yeah, and as this continues to move its way inland, all I can really say is that I know everyone here has been covering this since about midnight Eastern, and it's just been a long 12 hours, but it's, looking at it right now, it's just shocking, and I believe that we are... I'm just trying to think what I'm saying here.
Fair enough. We do have another question that's come in. Someone saying that they are from Mauritius. Batsirai passed over with over 150 kilometer per hour winds. So they're asking, what's, I guess, the difference in intensity now? The intensity now, the winds that Madagascar is getting are higher than the winds that you got in Mauritius, but I believe that the actual peak intensity of the storm when it was moving through Mauritius was higher. It's just that those winds didn't actually hit land. Would that be correct?
Winds were way off. The maximum winds were way offshore Mauritius.
Yep.
Yeah, that goes without saying. It was a way more well-organized system, I believe. I mean, it's still pretty organized here, but when it passed through Mauritius, it wasn't...
Wasn't that close to shore. It wasn't close at all. We do have another question here that's come in. Is Cyclone Batsirai likely to cause a lot of rain for Mozambique, Zimbabwe, and South Africa? We can actually take a look at this a little bit. This is definitely going to be remaining offshore in terms of wind speed. As we take a look at this, as it moves southward, you can see there on the model the rain mostly remaining offshore. So no, the rain threat there, relatively low.
Yeah,
Not
and I'm
something
looking
we need
at...
to be worried about.
I'm looking at model ensembles. This is maybe on the very coast of South Africa, of the very tip of the coastline. You may get some flooding, but this is going to be mainly offshore for the rest of the storm's life. Any other rainfall in this area is not associated with Batsirai.
More likely, those areas will receive like a clear but hotter weather because of the subsidizing at the outer edge of the tropical cyclone. I'd like to show a proof that the models are pretty much good enough to say that. I mean, it's accurate to say that those models are pretty much correctly that Batsirai is expected to move to the south. I'm posting a weather chart from Meteo France. Can you show it up, Thomas?
Yep, that's on the screen.
Okay, so you can see there's a front. There's a front, which shows that between these two anticyclones, which depicted as A, which is anticyclone, there's been anti-clockwise, and you can show there's a fracture between those two, divided by this dissipating front, but this already creates a fracture. And with a tropical cyclone with beta drift, after it moves away from Madagascar, it's currently moving westward because, storm tends to move something at a positive potential vorticity, which landmass favors it, so it moves straight to the west, make landfall. All the way it have to turn around, it must after it moves away from the landmass, and then you can see the fracture at the front between those two anticyclones. It would just Batsirai after will just move along the fracture, which is approximately at the line of 45E. Which is where the second triangle is of the front, and then it will turn south along this track, and then it will just pick up by the subtropical jet, and then move southeast and turning post-tropical. And that's pretty much how the forecasts work right now. And the models are predicting pretty much, well, not much of uncertainty to make those models wrong. And so, given these pretty much accurate, more accurate and certain forecasts, we can pretty much confidently say Zimbabwe, South Africa, Mozambique aren't getting much of an impact. Maybe a bit of a shower or some hot weather because of the subsidizing currents at the outer edge of the tropical cyclone overall. That's the full explanation.
All right, well, yeah, there you go. So basically, that is, in other words, saying that it's pretty much certain the storm will not be impacting South Africa or Mozambique or Zimbabwe to a significant degree because it's going to be moving to the south there. It's going to be shifting. It's going to be riding along that front that you see there, riding straight through the fracture of two anticyclones. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of this system. We have a large variety of other questions here, quite a few of them. The first one being, someone wants to see the ice and the ice. Wow, the eye, nice and close up here, and you can see it there, close up. The eye, just mesmerizing to see, but also terrifying to see at the same time as that eye closes up. All right, with that being said, we have more questions here. The first one, let's see. I stand corrected, that was a comment. They were saying, looking at the movement, it seems that the place with the strong winds will be getting the southeast eye wall. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Marasangi about to get a direct hit straight through the eye. They're probably in the eye right now. We're in the final 15 minutes of coverage. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please ask us and we'll be more than glad to answer them. Tag us at Force13, all in text, and we'll answer those questions. So, the landfalls happened. The storms moved through. We've talked about the landfall. We've talked about the future. But I do want to make clear, just because the landfalls occurred doesn't mean the storm's over. I know that, Devin, you were saying it before. This is just halfway through. We've still got the other half of the storm to move through here. Still a stage 7 on the Cyclone Destruction Potential Scale, and still devastating storm surge, strong winds, and rainfall to impact Madagascar as we speak. Major problems currently occurring as this storm does move inland. We're going to be seeing lots of rainfall as time does go on. And while the storm surge and the winds are the major threats here on shore, the major threat inland, of course, is going to be the rain. Looking at the rain here, we can see rather clearly at the rain accumulation in the next 5 days, the consensus there. Meteo France mentioning 300 to 500 millimeters of rain in the mountainous regions. We're seeing that in the flatlands, over 100 millimeters. I'm seeing a lot of evidence for over 200 from multiple weather models, so that could be a little bit less, or a little bit more than what Meteo France is currently thinking. Someone asking, is high pressure an anticyclone? That would be the case, and that's in both the northern and southern hemispheres. High pressure system and anticyclone is the same as low pressure system and cyclone. Low pressure system and cyclone are the same in terms of being synonymous as high pressure system and anticyclone. High pressure system and anticyclone, the exact same thing.
So I actually want to make a clarification on that. Because you will hear us say upper level anticyclone quite a bit. So that doesn't necessarily equate one-to-one. Now, when you have an anticyclonic flow at the lower levels, that would be indicative of a high pressure system. Winds flow in the northern hemisphere anyways, winds flow clockwise around a high pressure system. However, at the upper levels, what'll happen is, especially with hurricanes, you'll actually have the outflow of the storm at the upper levels go out in an anticyclonic manner. That doesn't mean that there is a high pressure system sitting above the tropical cyclone. That just means that the outflow is flowing in an anticyclonic manner. So it's not exactly that simple. And that's one example I can think of. I'm sure there are other counterexamples to that. But you can also get anticyclonic tornadoes too. That's another counterexample. So it's not that easy, unfortunately.
No, but generally speaking, at the surface, when you see the H's and the L's on the larger scale maps, those are going to be flowing cyclonically and anticyclonically at the surface. There are some more complicated things to it, of course, but generally speaking, on a synoptic scale map, large scale map, when you see your H's and L's, those are going to be the directions that they're rotating.
Yes.
But of course, there are exceptions, as was just mentioned. All right, with that being said, there you go, Marosangi now within the eye in the latest infrared satellite frame as of 30 past 8:30 Eastern African time. So they are now within the eye, and you can see there Ananjari getting into the back half of this. Someone asking, so you say that the other half of the storm is still coming, however, since Batsirai is weakening, wouldn't the second half be slightly weaker? By slightly, we mean like slightly. In terms of winds, it's not going to be that much weaker at all, if any.
It's the difference between 200 km/h winds on the west side and 160 to 180 km/h winds on the east side.
Mm-hmm.
Not that big of a difference.
No, and with that being said, because the storm is beginning to weaken, that also means that the rain is going to start getting heavier as well, so the flooding might actually be a bit worse, and the storm surge isn't going to correct itself for whatever sort of lower winds there are fast enough for it to really matter. So the second half of the storm is going to be, I'd argue, equally as bad, maybe slightly weaker winds and slightly heavier rainfall, but overall, about the same between the two halves.
Yeah, and as we
Oh, go on.
and as we are entering the last roughly 10 minutes of us being live covering this storm, of course, if you have any remaining questions before we give our final thoughts, please mention us with @Force13. That is @Force_13, and with your questions so we can answer before we head off.
Make sure that's all in text as well. It'll light up in a nice bright orange for us. All right, with that being said, I do want to ask the team now for their final thoughts as we are heading into the final few minutes here, and we will be probably between final thoughts answering a couple questions here. So, starting with final thoughts, Devin, what are your final thoughts before we head off the air?
Mainly, we have a devastating tropical cyclone currently making landfall in Madagascar. We will continue to bring updates to everyone as the day continues to go on. Hopefully everyone stays as safe as they possibly can during this cyclone, but it's honestly not looking good, and I can just hope for the best right now.
Is in fact the case. Kenneth, what are your final thoughts?
Yeah, so please stay safe with those in Madagascar, especially those near the eye wall. Please, a few reminders here. Stay indoor. Stay in the interiors of indoor. Do not stand near trees, rods, and exposed windows because they are really fragile to extreme winds, debris, and rainfall. Do not stay near a slide because with such an intense rainfall, mudslide, landslide is very likely to occur, especially considering that there's mountain ranges with a pretty steep downslope at the eastern coast, which it makes the slides even more fragile, even more prone to landslide. And also, of course, stay away from the coast. Don't do any water activities. That's just mad. Do not go to the coast. Stay indoor until the danger is completely over. When this storm just leaves completely away, listen to officials for Madagascar Meteorological Services for local warnings updates.
Absolutely. We do have a couple of questions that came in there. The first one being, why did the South Indian Ocean start so late? Not sure if we have any reasoning for that. Looks like we might not. That's quite all right. Yeah, we generally see late starts when we have what's called a suppressed air mass. I'm not sure if that's what happened here. I haven't been keeping track of what exactly has been suppressing development. But I would assume the air mass has been suppressed and not capable of producing much lift.
The MJO has been stuck in the West Pacific for basically the entirety of January.
That'll do it. Yeah, so basically that's the Madden-Julian oscillation, and what that is that's a measurement of where air is rising generally and where air is sinking generally. And so the rising air was stuck in the Western Pacific, and that's what allows these storms to get really strong. And wherever air rises, that means air must sink around it, so the sinking air happened to be in the Southwest Indian Ocean. Of course, that's not really inhibiting this storm at all, as the MJO has improved since then, I believe.
Yes, it has.
Yeah, it has moved.
Yeah, it has moved. That's why we've gotten Batsirai and the other irrelevant storm.
Cliff.
Yes, Cliff. Thank you.
Someone asking, is the eye closing up a sign of weakening? In this case, yes. Generally, it can be a variety of things. So it's not a kind of thing where the eye shrinking is always a sign of weakening. But in this case, because it is moving over land, we know that that's because of land interaction. That is a sign that the storm is weakening. The eye should collapse entirely in short order here.
Yeah, and so basically, in regards to whether or not the eye shrinking is a good thing or a bad thing, typically just want to look at where is it. Is it moving over land? If it's moving over land and it's shrinking, then it's typically a sign of weakening. Otherwise, it could be a sign of reorganization of the storm itself. Is it trying to make itself have a pinhole eye of some kind? If it's over sea, but because this is making landfall, or it's already made landfall, I should say, then it's safe to say that this is weakening.
Or say, I'll say check the eye temperature instead of the eye size to check for the strongly weakening size. Actually, that is a bit more accurate.
That is fair. And then the final question: any chance of seeing how Ambotrosa will fare in reference to the eye? Let's see. So if we take a look at that, I can search that location real quick. I can plug it straight in. Give me just a moment. We'll get that location for you. While I get that satellite up, we'll get the satellite zoomed in there. Alfiria, what are your final thoughts on this system?
Oh boy, this storm has kind of been a mess in regards to how all over the place it's been, from initialization to where it is now. We thought it was going to strengthen a lot faster, and then it just sort of failed to do so. And here we are now with it making landfall in Madagascar. I know that I just came in on the tail end of this, and everyone else has been doing it since midnight for me last night, and you've all done a phenomenal job. I don't even think I have to watch any of the footage to say that you've all done a phenomenal job covering this for the past 12 hours. But you've all... This is a very dangerous storm. My thoughts and prayers go out to everyone who's being affected by this. We already know that the local officials in Madagascar are saying that they fear widespread damage. That is the one thing that's been a constant from what they've been telling. And so our thoughts and prayers go out to all those being affected by this storm, and we hope for the best.
Absolutely. I did now get this satellite up for I believe that's Ambositra. Yeah, you pronounce that Ambositra, I believe. In that area, Ambositra, you're looking at the eye going south of there right now. If we take a look here at generally what's happening, let's see here. How much farther south was this? This looks like it might be going a little bit north of the current expectations, but still, the storm generally will be going south of there. So, not anything huge to worry about in terms of the wind threat. In terms of the rainfall threats, certainly that's going to be a bigger worry for sure as time does go on there. Because, of course, we are looking at significant rainfall. You can see that on the model output. Lots of rain's going to be falling there. So some flooding, that could be a problem, but I'm not anticipating anything in terms of major wind speeds. So let's actually take a look at this. We can time this out for you real quick, and this will be the last thing we do before we go off the air. This is right about now, so significant rain currently falling. This is about 9 p.m. around midnight. you can see there still heavy rain falling, and then as we move through with time, the rain does appear to lighten up by the time we do get to about 9 a.m. the next day, but still some significant rainfall, some heavier bands moving in, and that's not going to be guaranteed to move out of here until right about this time tomorrow. So about this time tomorrow, most of the rain will have moved out. The storm will be moving back over sea on the other side, but for now, definitely still, if you're in AMBONY, you're getting some significant wind speeds for sure. With that being said, thank you all so much for watching this live stream. We do hope that we were able to provide good service to you as this devastating cyclone did make landfall in Madagascar. It was a difficult thing to see, and of course our hearts go out to everyone over there, and we hope that everyone is remaining safe and everyone's going to be okay. With that being said, this is the end of our journey on this live stream today. We've gotten through the landfall, and we're going to have a video update coming up here very shortly, not long at all, going over the landfall and what the future of the storm entails. If you want to see that, you can always make sure to go to our YouTube channel, subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss that. You can also be sure to go to our Twitter account. We're going to be promoting that over there, and we also have things like situation reports, cones of uncertainty, and other information we get out there. We also have a Facebook account where we post our videos, post our graphics, all of that as well. So if you want to make sure that you're remaining weather aware as the storm moves through, those are the places you can go. Again, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for trusting us to be your source of weather information over these past few hours, and we'll see you with a video update in rather short order.